everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're here in the wonderful Hôtel de Ville of Paris, and it's a special day today. Today is the day that the drafters, the final day for the drafters to hand over their copy to the ministers for the COP21 climate deal. And I have with me Célia Bloel. She's the Deputy Mayor of Paris, and she's in charge of environment, sustainable development, water, canals, all that stuff here in Paris. Célia, thank you very, very much for being with us today. So like I said, today is the day the drafters hand over their copy to the ministers so that the ministers can take over and polish the discussions. Are you confident that a deal can be signed here by the end of next week for the COP21 climate?
Well, actually, I have to say I'm kind of a really optimistic person. So, yeah, I'm confident we can find something. But to be a good agreement, it has to be legally binding as well, setting the path to the 2-degree world. And as we're here in the Hôtel de Ville, it has also to take all the stakeholders in the next negotiation, next discussion, and like the non-state actors as cities.
But nevertheless, the cities felt that they had to do something on top of this COP21 climate deal. And how can you strike a difference? How can cities make a difference?
Cities, I think, makes a huge difference on climate actions because we are on the front line when it's talking about climate change. So for 10 years now, cities are actually acting to tackle climate change and to change the life for the people in our cities. For instance, in Paris, we have a climate action plan since 2007 with a main commitment to mitigate our GHG emission by 75% by 2050. And this is like inspiring all the public policies we have in housing, transportation, public procurements. And it's really interesting because it has long-term effects to save the planet, but also really short-term effects. And it's like it raises the quality of life for the people here. So what we want to say today is we're already acting to face climate change, but now we need more involvement from the states and we want our voices to be heard. That's why we have that big event here today in the Hôtel de Ville.
So just coming back to the city level, I'm a Parisian, you're a Parisian, and unfortunately the terrible attacks which occurred on November the 13th and beforehand previously in January. So are Parisians really responsive to the need to fight climate change? Do they see that it's something that is going to that needs to be done and it's going to tremendously change their lives? I mean, do you see it? Do you poll people? Do you get this from an everyday from the Parisian, from the street?
Yeah, first that terrible attack that we had some 10 days ago were really horrible, and I think Paris is still under shocked, but I'm also very amazed by the capacity of people to say we're standing strongly, we want to go on living, and we're just like the people of Paris were the one recalling us about our motto, like fluctuat nec mergitur, Paris is floating but never sinking. So that means like the people of Paris are really, really strong and they want to go on. What is about climate change is that we have people here in Paris that feel really much concerned about that. We still have a lot to do to raise awareness, but already we have people concerned. For instance, we have a network today gathering 8% of the Paris population that is involved in sustainable developments. It's individuals, associations, and also companies that are joining that dynamic to tackle climate change. And I think the more we do things and the more people realize that we are on one hand tackling climate change, but on the other hand we are also strengthening the local community. That is something about climate change. All that project strengthens local communities, and I'm sure this is a whole then issue and that we're going to go further in the next year.
Are there anything that frustrates you? Is it going, fast enough? Anne Hidalgo, the Paris mayor, she seems to be a doer. She's very keen on pushing things, but like you said, cities can do better and faster than states. We need now the state to. I mean, do you have huge frustrations or worries, concerns?
Huge frustration, I wouldn't say so. And that's right, Mayor Hidalgo is really pushy on that topic. I think if I would have a frustration today, was it like I'd like to go faster. And for that to do, I would need more national and also European involvement. We need other legal frameworks. We need money and finance to go further. And also, I would say innovation, and sometimes the whole administration that is really, really big in France doesn't go as fast as I would like to. But as you say, Mayor Hidalgo, but also her team is really pushy. So we're doing our best to go faster now.
Because I was wondering, one of the things that the Paris mayor doesn't have is a lot of powers like the New York mayor can have. I mean, is this something that you would like to push on the political agenda? Is this something that could likely emerge? For instance, Mayor Hidalgo cannot decide to prevent diesel trucks from running through Paris. I mean, that might be, a big issue. From some days we see that. So, is this something that could come on the political agenda? Is this something?
Well, actually, that's on the political agenda. It's true that in France we are in a really centralized state, and now cities are saying we are on the front line for many, many issues: climate change, social tension, air pollution, as you're saying about diesel. So now the idea is that we are saying very loudly, either the national state takes its responsibilities and go further on that topic, or you give more devolution to local government. And that is something, it's an issue for us in Paris that we have, and we say a lot and quite loudly as well on the air pollution issue. And this is also what we are saying on climate, and that's completely at the heart of the event today. It's to say cities, we are on the front line, we are the place of the solution, but we need help. We're doing a lot already on our own, but now we need a better coordination with all the levels.
Okay. How many French cities are involved in the initiative today?
Hi, this is a good question. I don't know in the end. A lot, but I don't know the figure.
Because I thought that perhaps, on the political level,
sorry,
she could
too
federate.
Early in the morning that I can remember the figure, but a lot of them.
Sorry, that was not meant to be the trick question.
No, but don't worry.
So this is going to, like you said, we need more funding, more financing. It's taking a huge amount of money, but as we discussed it, security also is taking a huge amount of money. Aren't you worried that for now, for the time being, or at least on the short term, these terrorism concerns are going to suck money away from climate change fight?
Well, I'm not worrying about Paris because I know the involvement. We all have the team around the mayor on that question. Let's see what's going to happen in the rest of France. But I really hope we're not going to do that, because I think to tackle climate change is not only about talking about environment. Tackling climate change is actually talking about our society, the model of society we're living in, how we live, how we consume, how we produce, how we build also social coherence. So I think it's very much important to develop even more climate policy. As I said before, it also helps to rebuild the local communities, and we need that so much. So I think climate policy are also a response to all that issue about resilience and also about social coherence. So I think definitely we need still everywhere in France to put money on climate as much or even more than on security.
Is the Paris town hall going over budget this year?
Is the Paris city going over budget this year because of climate change? And No, because it was planned in our budget, actually. Paris is giving 800 million euros for ecological transition on the next 5 years. So this is in our investment budget. It's planned. We're going to make building retrofitting, organic food in collective canteen, going on transportation policies, go on development of green energies, etc., etc. This is planned. This is in the budget, and this is like a huge budget that we are allocating.
Can you walk me through to the next project, for instance? I don't know if you know, guys, but we have the banks of the Seine that normally traffic is passing by, and part of it has been closed for pedestrians, and it turns out to be really great. I mean, there were a lot of criticism initially, but Parisians do tend to like it now. It's a very nice promenade, as we call it. So do you have other features like that or the project like that in the coming year or the year after? What are your plans?
We're gonna go further actually on the riverbank to go a longer promenade, as you say. And this is part as a big plan that we have. It's as much as improving quality of life, having more nature and places that you can go walking in the city, but it's also be a part of the plan to tackle air pollution in Paris that is getting a big issue on health. So we have to have less cars and much more other kind of mobility, bikes, walk, electrical car, etc., etc. Then we're going to have big changes in Paris because we're going to have big revolution things on the big places of Paris, Bastille, and some other 7 big places of Paris are being completely changed. Again, much more places for people walking, biking, more nature also. What is really new in Paris is that we want to also put much more nature in the streets and have back water within the city, because we think that the city built themselves against the river, and now we have to change that, give back water in the city. And what would be a really nice thing is that we are trying to put back the river Seine in the city and allow people in some, let's say 10 years to be able to, or 8 years to be able to bath in it again.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very, very much, Celia, for your time with us. It's really appreciated.
Have a nice day.
That's it from us. Thank you very much. Hey guys, I have with me Margie Alt and Anna Aurelio, and they're both coming to us from Environment America, which is this lobby I'm pretty sure you've heard about. And today in Paris, the drafters are giving their copy to the ministers so that they can keep up the talks for this COP21 potential deal. And I'm turning to you, ladies. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Are you confident that a deal is coming up this time?
We are confident we need a deal this time, and we need it to be strong and lasting and updated regularly so that we really can nail this major problem facing the world.
I mean, if you're saying this, does this mean that you could see some hurdles before a final deal is signed, or you see it non-binding or tepid water going nowhere? Or?
Well, I'm a glass half empty person, so until it's over, it's not over. But we are very confident that the US, which is where we come from, of course, is in great position to help lead the world on solving the climate crisis, and we have all sorts of confidence that this is going to be the time.
Yeah. Well, President Obama said that climate change was definitely a major issue. But then you have other people in the US right now saying, well, terrorism is the issue, security is the issue, economy is the issue. So what do you have to say to these people? You've been very good at raising awareness in the US, but it looks like more needs to be done. Or am I wrong? I mean, are people on board, yes, climate change is a big thing, or?
Oh, yes. So Environment America is a federation of state groups. We walk across the country to educate people about these issues. And our research shows that 96% of Americans live in counties where major disasters have happened because of extreme weather that's been influenced by climate change. Every poll shows that the majority of Americans agree this is a huge problem. I'll tell you something, Geraldine, this used to be a problem that we thought was going to happen to somebody else, some other time, somewhere in the country, and all that changed in the United States. For me personally, it changed 4 years ago when Superstorm Sandy hit New York City, where my family lives.
That's true.
My brother's house was ruined, his cars were ruined, he and his wife had to rebuild their home. And it really takes an issue that I've studied and worked on for decades and makes it very personal. And unfortunately, that's happening across America and, as you know, across the world. So the time is now for a strong and durable agreement among world leaders.
I agree, but don't you have any frustrations right now? Because it looks like it's kind of stalling a little bit, and it might not be non-binding. Anna?
Well, we have momentum at our back right now in terms of the facts, right? We've seen solar energy triple over the last 3 years in the US alone. Wind power powers tens of millions of US homes. And then to go back to what you said, we know the opposition is fierce, and in the US what we see is a very small minority of people, including polluters and their allies in Congress, want to keep fanning the flames of doubt of whether or not we can do something, whether or not we should do something. And so our job as Environment America is to keep bringing the message of urgency that we have to do something, because we all live in places now that have been affected by extreme weather.
Indeed.
And two is solutions. Margie's glass half empty, I'm glass half full.
That is true.
It's good that you two guys work together, right?
And so I believe we can totally solve this problem. I believe we can get to 100% clean, renewable energy. And yet I'm based in Washington, D.C., so for the past 23 years, I've been talking to the members of Congress about how they need to act forward. And honestly, it's quite frustrating for me to see that we've got mayors of major cities coming here in Paris today to talk about what cities are going to do to lead the way. We have more than 150 countries that have put binding commitments on the table, and yet we have, again, a very small minority of people, but unfortunately a majority of our Congress who are naysayers. The good news is President Obama feels the wind at his back. We've had millions of people comment in the United States asking him to take strong action. That's what led to the Clean Power Plan. And so we have a lot of optimism. And we hope here in Paris that translates into major momentum to get a strong deal. And we understand right now there's, back and forth, and that's how these international negotiations go.
Unfortunately. But then back to the US, for instance, could that be, could that play high in the campaign for the next presidential election? I mean, I don't see this from the current Republican side of things. It's more about security, safety.
There are a lot of issues that aren't being dealt with that probably should by the presidential campaigns, but what we're seeing is cities around the country, states around the country, companies around the country are really leading the way. 29 states already have renewable electricity standards. That's increasing the amount of solar and wind they use. 5 or 6 states already have caps on climate pollution that's forcing them to reduce their emissions. We just put together this clean power plan. That's a huge commitment by the United States to reduce global warming pollution from power plants, our largest source of carbon pollution. So we're already seeing things change.
Okay, how do you do that? I mean, how you storm a state, you go to see the governor.
Look how powerful we are.
Absolutely. So, how do you do that? I mean, how do you convince them? Because you said 29 right now are on board, but some are remaining. My math is going to be really bad about that, but around 25, it needs to
Well,
be
we
convinced.
do a few things. One is we have the facts. So as we were saying, every American now has experienced something that's related to climate change, whether it's terrible flooding on the East Coast or horrible wildfires in the West, worst drought we've ever had
These
in
guys
California.
don't need to be convinced because they were hit by major climate
but there
disasters.
are Congress people and state legislators in every one of those states who do need to be convinced. So the facts are there, the science is there. We talk to people door to door at their homes, at street corners, in their churches, in their community groups to educate them and involve them. 8 million Americans have called on the president and the EPA to take action, and all of that together with 1,000 mayors and 1,000 health professionals and hundreds of small businesses are clamoring for this kind of change. And ultimately, the facts, people power, and momentum get legislators and the federal government to change their behavior, and that's exactly what's happening now. We are on track to put the strongest plan in place the U.S. has ever seen, and we believe we can help lead the world to a really strong and durable agreement here in Paris.
I hope so. Let's talk, for instance, about California. Is currently, it's been like 5 years they have this terrible drought. And still you need to increase awareness there, right? How do you do that? Really, I would like to see, on a daily basis, what do you do?
We have hundreds of folks who go out door to door and educate other Californians about the problem. In addition, we talk to folks through the media, which you're familiar with. We email people. We put out research reports like this piece that we put out.
Want to show it to the camera?
To help make the case that we need to take action. And person by person, we bring people together. They meet with their legislators. One legislator meets with another. Those legislators meet with their leadership. And eventually we push things forward.
So it comes from the bottom. You hope to make this coming from the bottom rather than going to the top to convince the top. I don't know.
We leave no stone unturned.
So
we're moving from the bottom up. And of course, the president could not be in a better position on this issue. You heard him last week. We are the biggest economy in the world and the second biggest polluter, and we are committed to solving this problem.
Now, you're Environment America, but you're here in Paris. What do you think you could teach other your European counterparts, for instance? Is there something that you could teach them, or do you learn from them? Is there something that you don't do over there that you might do that is being done here in Paris? I don't know. I'm just, you being here obviously is a good opportunity to exchange views and methods. I don't know. Is there anything yet you're learning from here or that you could teach people?
I think the one thing that we're getting from here is that people around the world are so ambitious in their vision for the future. And one of the things that I'm hoping that we're learning from the Europeans is, for example, offshore wind. The United States right now has no operating offshore wind facilities, and we need to have that at all. The good news is, from my home state of Rhode Island, where I was born, that may be the first state that will actually have an offshore wind facility, so I'm pretty proud of that. But Europe is head and shoulders ahead of us in terms of implementing offshore wind technologies, and that's one thing that we'd like to take back, is just the vision for how those kind of clean technologies can be implemented. What we hope to bring here is some lessons about organizing and mobilizing the public at large.
Okay. What do you do in your daily life to fight climate change? Is there something specific that you do? You don't take a car, you don't take a bath? I don't know, I'm just curious.
We take a bath.
You do take a bath?
Yes. Aren't you glad?
I mean, no, I don't know. Shower could do. A shower could do. I don't know. Is there something specific that you think about? Oh, I shouldn't do it.
Well, people who know me, and especially because I love things like chocolate croissants.
There you go.
I ride my bike to work every single day.
Okay.
And I use it as my primary means of transportation. So, and it's both an environmental thing and also a lifestyle thing.
Okay. Guys, it was really good to have you here. Thank you
great
very,
to talk
very
to
much.
you.
I hope you enjoy your time in Paris, and yeah, I hope they go for it. Okay.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
having
so
us.
much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
And that's it. Thank you very much. Hey guys, so we're here in Paris. It's the final day for the drafters to hand over their copy to the ministers so that they keep up the talk and hopefully clench a deal for COP21 climate change fight. And I have with me Nir Marom. He's the co-founder and head of business development at Lumos. And I've got to say, this is very interesting. So Nir, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
When I'm saying it's very interesting to have you here, it's because I think you came up with something that you're going to show us a tad later. So it's always good. I mean, I like gadgets and stuff, but this is definitely very interesting, a device for the future. So what is it important for you to be here? Yeah.
Well, we work in rural locations in Africa and in the future in Southeast Asia where people don't have any electricity. But the nice thing about it is that we can help them leapfrog conventional electricity into clean and affordable electricity.
So no coal-fired power plant, no nuclear plant, nothing.
So they live off of the grid. So you can't. The grid will never get to them, and therefore none of these bad things will ever get to them. So the question is, how do you get to them without the grid, and how can you give them something that's affordable because their budget is a bit smaller than the budget we're used to here in the Western world. And
so what you're providing is a practical solution.
It is. It is. We work in Nigeria, and we work in partnership with a mobile operator called MTN, who's the largest mobile operator in Nigeria. They have 60 million subscribers, but in Nigeria, 170 million people, roughly 100 are not connected to the grid. So 100 million people need a solution, and hopefully we can get to them with a clean solution and not with the coal and the grid.
So you're here to present your solution to all these mayors, because today is we're at the Paris
we
Hotel
met
de Ville.
quite a few mayors from Cameroon. I know there's a few mayors from Nigeria, and this is why we're here.
Okay, can you show us what
Sure.
it is?
The average Nigerian can walk into the MTN shop and pick up our system. This is the indoor unit.
Okay.
And it also comes with a solar panel, a big solar panel, probably a meter by meter size.
Okay.
And he takes this from the MTN shop for a small commitment fee, something very affordable.
Okay.
He takes it home with him, puts the panel on the roof, puts the indoor unit in the home and connects the cable between the two.
Okay.
But the system is locked. It doesn't produce any electricity because he got it for free, almost for free, for a small commitment fee. And then he uses his MTN phone and sends an SMS. And it costs him roughly 50 cents per day.
A text message, okay.
And sends a text message, 50 cents, and he gets electricity. He gets electricity that can power up a couple of lights. He gets electricity that can charge his cell phone. He gets electricity for a TV, a fan, a radio, everything that he needs in the foreseeable future. Of course, he can't use washing machine with this, but he doesn't have a washing machine.
No, so okay, and that lasts for
24 hours.
24 hours.
24 hours of light. He used to be using kerosene lanterns. We're replacing that. They used to do dangerous CO2 emissions. They used to make fires, indoor fumes, very dangerous. He used to do the kerosene. He used to do a generator. All of these very polluting, and we're replacing this with a cheaper, cleaner, and better solution.
What can you power with this?
So
just a
the
bell?
average home.
No, not just a bell.
Let me turn this off so we don't interfere with the cameras. But the average home will use this for 2 or 3 lights, which each light up nicely a room. On top of that, charge 3 or 4 cell phones. On top of that, use a fan. On top of that, a TV and a radio. All together every day. That's a home use. We also have many businesses working with us. And so, for example, we have a hospital that powers up 18 rooms with 3 of our systems for 12 hours and uses, and he's connected to the grid, but the grid provides him 2-3 hours a day, and he uses our systems for the rest of the day.
Oh, well, and so what kind of a success do you have right now with all these mayors that you just met, and do you think you have prospects, good commercial prospects?
A bit early in the day to have success, but
it's kind of early here in Paris. I mean,
the Cameroon mayors have offered to introduce me to interesting people in Cameroon, and we need to work with mobile operators, so it's a process. We don't just...
outside from Africa, do you see elsewhere where this could be a wonderful solution?
Indonesia, 80 million people with no electricity. India, hundreds of millions with no electricity, no grid. So yes, Southeast Asia, Africa, 1.3 billion people all across the globe need solutions like ours.
And do you reach out to businesses who could help you with your...
So just recently, OPIC, the US government agency, has committed a budget to light up 75,000 homes in Nigeria with us. And that was a very important step for us. We will deploy roughly 100,000 systems in the next 12 months, impacting 500,000 people. Yes, mobile operators are our partners, financing organizations are our partners, and that's how we do it.
Is technology the solution to climate change fight, obviously?
Obviously. I'm a big supporter.
You're a big supporter, but there could be other things. I mean, what do you do on your daily life to fight climate change?
Well, I'm a long-term energy entrepreneur and always clean energy. Before launching Lumos, I launched an on-grid solar company that does large on-grid solar projects. And before that, I launched a company that helps utilities with demand-side management. So both of these clean tech companies, and Lumos, of course, is a clean tech company. The nice thing about what's happening in Lumos is that it's not just technology that's helping, it's a need that's helping and an economical solution. So the grid and the coal-fired plants will never reach these people, and if they reach them, the cost of setting up the grid is so expensive that it doesn't make an economical sense. But these solutions are much more economical than the old polluting solutions. So it's nice to the environment, but it's also a need that's solved only with these type of solutions.
Okay. If we're going back to the bigger picture here, the COP21, do you see a deal? Are you confident? Are you confident?
You're asking the small me to talk about these big leaders.
Every voice counts. We're in democracies.
I think we need a deal.
We need a deal.
We need a deal. But that's all I...
That's all you do, and you think you would push for it. What frustrates you, related to climate change fight? Is there anything that, some administrative or hurdles?
I think bureaucracy. I think I've been too long in organizations that could work much faster and bring solutions much faster if we were able to do it and not stopped. Regulatory, licenses, streamline these things and we will make it happen. I don't need subsidies. I need people to not interfere in the process.
Okay. Another thing is, unfortunately, Paris has been hit by terror attacks 3 weeks ago, and now security fears are really playing high. Do you think that it's detrimental to the climate change fight, or now suddenly people don't care about your solutions, but they're not, they'd rather spend their money on security issues? Do you see it as...
I think it's a bit early to judge, but I can tell you one thing that is part of the answer to what you're asking. The nice thing about distributed electricity is that it's much less prone to attacks. So think about nuclear plants. Think about with the risks they have. Think about even regular plants where one target can shut down 1 million homes. It's very hard to shut down 1 million homes when each one has one of these. You need to go one by one. Okay.
And you said that you were meeting with some people here, mayors, local leaders. What do you guys expect from them, apart from buying or what do you expect from them to facilitate?
We always need the support. As I said, the bureaucracy is the main hurdle. And if we get support of governments, again, not in financing, just in letting us do our job, that's a huge step up.
Could this be used to power a car or a bike or something? I mean, is this something
a
that
small
apart
bike,
from
a bike maybe, a car not so much. We
well, I
don't
mean,
produce enough electricity.
apart from this, I mean, are you seeking to develop it further, like for different users, use them?
I think our challenge is big enough as is for one size fits all. Of course, in the future we will, but for now, we're aiming at a few million of systems which are very similar one to another, and then we will advance.
Do you get the financing you need for that, for R&D and stuff, or is this something that you're also likely to look for here?
As a startup, you always need financing. We are very well financed, and the OPIC deal was a very important step for us as well. But we also have very good equity investors, and we feel very comfortable in that. Nevertheless, we are always looking for the next tranche, and we are in talks here. And actually, COP21 was a great opportunity to come here. We met with quite a few very interesting organizations. And everyone is coming here, so it's very easy to do.
Okay. Coming back to that, do you think now there's an appetite for investing in climate-related companies, for high technology solutions provided by your companies?
I think so. I think you can really feel. We started the company 3 years ago. 3 years ago, no one was talking about. I don't want to say clean energy. Everyone was talking clean energy, but off-grid and distributed power, no one was talking about this 3 years ago. We had to find people. Now the industry is becoming an industry, and part of it is about cleaning up the world. Part of it is about the business opportunity. Part of it is about understanding that distributed makes a lot of sense. A month ago, we did the OPIC signing in the White House.
Yeah.
There was a big conference there, and everyone was talking about this. This is becoming a mainstream thing where it wasn't 2 or 3 years ago. So that's great news for us.
Okay. Well, I wish you good luck for that. I mean, it seems very interesting.
Thank you
I
very
hope
much.
it works, really. And thank you very much for your time with us, Nir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all, guys. Thank you. Bloomberg à Paris. Hey guys, thanks to be here with us. It's an important day here in Paris. The cities are launching their initiative, and the drafters are supposed to hand over the copy for the ministers to start the discussion, the latest bout of negotiations for a potential deal for COP21 climate change fight. And very interesting now at the Paris Town Hall, I have with me Ramesh Kosi. And Ramesh is the founder of a company which is called Partnering Robotics. And I have to say I'm most fascinated by this initiative, Ramesh, because you're telling me this robot, and you have to explain, is a neuro-inspired robot, and it detects pollutions, like fine small particles, and it cleans them up. So
Yes.
can you tell me how does it work? So how big is it, and just explain to me, because
No
this
problem.
is wonderful.
So it is a very nice robot. Its name is Dia1. This is the first neuro-inspired robot. It means that it functions like you and me. He's using, a small cam, but with his artificial intelligence, he's able to understand emerging environment. So he's able to detect real-time lots of events. So the first services we give to the Dia1 is with air pollution detection and air purification. So it's not just about saying, hey, the air is not good. It's just about saying, okay, I'm going now to make sure that the air is clean. So
it has filters, it sucks the air in, and it rejects cleaner air.
Yes, you have different technologies.
Okay.
So filters, absolutely. But the idea is to have good sensors to understand what's happening in the air, but also to have the appropriate technology according to your environment to purify the air. For example, for building, this is particle matters. You got ozone problems. You've got the carbon dioxide problem. So whatever the kind of problem we have, Dia1 is able to detect and to purify the air.
So right now, for now, this is for businesses only, but do you, in the foreseeable future, do you plan to have a compact version perhaps for households?
Yeah, absolutely. So today, let's say that the opportunity is in for buildings because the problem with the cars, air pollution everywhere. It's really a great problem for the whole world. But we want to develop a smaller product that will fit into a household, and we'll also add more services, because the great thing with Dia, it's not just a product. This is an open platform. You can add lots of services, lot of software, and you can teach him to do stuff. So
Like
Dia,
vacuum clean or
no.
or feed the cats?
This is a robot that takes care of indoor environment. So temperature, hygrometry, air pollution, but also light, energy saving. The robot takes care of everything, take care of your bill, energy bill. So
Okay, but this thing actually consumes power. So, or is that self-reliant? You told me something about that they can...
As this is a bio-inspired robot, it's like a small insect, rats. It does not burn a lot of energy, but is helping you to save energy. So the differential is your balance is very positive. So yes, of course, you have to burn a little bit energy, but this is part of the things we need to do. It means solutions that are here to help you to save energy. And this is why Dia1 will be at the Grand Palais for the COP21 and will be introduced to a lot of people.
Okay, so bigger picture now. You're obviously very interested in climate change fight. Do you think this is happening? Are you confident that the deal could be reached by the end of next week, or is it something you need, you want, you call for, or are you pessimistic as a lot of people?
We are just human beings. We need to believe. So this kind of event is a way for us to say we're aware about the problem. We're trying to do something. Do we expect a lot of result? I hope, sincerely, because global warming is really a big thing we need to tackle. But I think that probably we need more COPs to find agreement that will have effects.
Okay. Your company is obviously, a startup. Technology to you is at the heart of climate change fight. I'm interested in the financing part of such a business like yours. Do you see now that more investors are interested? Is it mainstreaming for investment now, or like from 3 years ago, there was someone previously with us from Lumos, and he was explaining like 4 years ago, people were not that interested. Investors
I
funds
understand.
couldn't care less about
I think
climate
this is
change.
the right momentum for service robotics. And I think that I see now investors coming and talking to us at Partnering Robotics, so we are very honored to have very big companies talking to us. But frankly speaking, this is today an opportunity to think about the US. I know there's a lot of investors, and I will be happy to see Dia1 coming short in the US. So it's an open call, guys.
Oh, well,
so we'll be
okay.
delighted.
Okay, well, I wish you the best. Thank you very, very much for your time with us, Ramesh.
Thank
really
you very much.
appreciate it. Thank
Thanks.
you. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Hello world, I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, doing my first ever Google Hangout here with the folks from C2ES. And so it's my pleasure to be here today, and I've got two great guests. We're going to do actually a bunch of guests coming up, but I think in many ways you guys are great to start with. I, as an American over from Washington, I think both of you based in Washington as well, and we're going to hear a little bit about some of the politics going on around the climate negotiations. First, I would ask you both to introduce yourselves. Bob, go ahead if you would.
Thanks for that introduction. My name is Bob Perciasepe. I'm the president of the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions. It's a non-partisan, independent think tank in Washington, D.C. that works with businesses, states, local governments, and the federal government on sound, common sense climate policy.
Elliot?
And I'm Elliot Derringer, Executive Vice President of C2ES, and have been very focused on preparing for these climate negotiations underway now in Paris and contributing to success here in Paris.
Great, so the two of you, I mean, there's a bunch of folks here who are municipal leaders at this event today, but the two of you actually, I think, have had a little closer role to the actual negotiations that have been going on. First of all, how do you think it's going so far? We're about a week in now.
Well, I think it's probably the early part of the jostling, and I think Elliot has been keeping a little closer tab on it. I think, Elliot, you may want to chime in on how
I mean, it's always tough going in the first week. We haven't seen a lot of concrete progress, but frankly, coming into Paris, we've seen more political will than ever from governments. We saw a huge number of heads of state on the first day injecting some momentum. So I think in the end that will translate into a very positive outcome.
This was an unusual set of talks in some sense, in that really by design, everybody came in with their own pledges, their own INDCs. And then the idea was essentially everyone, write your own part of the symphony, and then we'll come in and we'll play it all together here in Paris for a week. But there's some key aspects, right, that still need to be hammered out in terms of how you actually make sure people follow through on promises they make. If you could tell us a little bit about what the sort of outstanding thorny issues are in the negotiations at this point.
Sure. I mean, well, first, this idea that everybody comes in with their own nationally determined contribution, that provides some flexibility for countries to design their own plans, and that's what's enabled such broad participation that we're seeing already. But you're absolutely right. We need the means through the agreement to hold countries accountable for those promises, through transparency, by requiring them to report to the world what steps they're actually taking to follow through. So figuring out the exact terms for a process like that is difficult. Figuring out the financial arrangements, how the support will be provided to the poorer countries that really need it, that's a major issue. How you describe the balance of effort across developed and developing countries, that's something that's shifting. Need to come to terms on that. So those are some of the tough issues that still need to be ironed out and need to be put into a set of words that everybody can agree on.
Sure.
Combining the answer to the first question with this one, you not only did you have 150 heads of state here, but you have 170 countries who said, we recognize we have to do something. And they put together their own plan and put it forward. That has never happened before. So that, in addition to the issues that has to bind that together, which I think you described it in an interesting analogy, that level of participation, even in advance of coming together, bodes well. It doesn't guarantee everything will come out, but it is certainly setting up a situation that has been different than previous COPs.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, our research at Bloomberg New Energy Finance and others have suggested two things. One, in some cases, the countries are proposing to do, their INDCs are actually less ambitious than what we think will happen anyway because of the development of clean energy. And two, when you add up all the INDCs, they don't actually really get particularly close to preserving a so-called 2 degree scenario. I guess on the second part of the question, is the 2 degree goal essentially off the table now?
I don't think we can say that. If you add up all the contributions, they bring us much closer to putting us on a pathway to 2 degrees. You're absolutely right. They don't get us all the way, which is why a really essential component of this agreement needs to be an understanding that countries come back to the table periodically, every 5 years, to re-up their contributions, to come in with more ambitious contributions. Hopefully, over time, that'll put us on the 2-degree pathway, but really the aim has to be bringing us closer and closer to that as we go forward.
This is if all of these proposals have been, or these individually determined contributions or intended contributions are aggregated up, they do make a significant dent in business as usual. But you're right, it doesn't get us all the way to the 2-degree goal, and I think it's important to maintain a goal. And that has to be part of the agreement, and that drives the increased ambition with the periodic renewal.
I have to ask about domestic politics. All three of us are over here from Washington and Paris, and while we've been here in the last week or so, the U.S. Congress has taken action to try to undermine the Obama administration's Clean Power Plan. Bob, you really were one of the principal architects of the Clean Power Plan in your former life with the Environmental Protection Agency. I guess, first of all, are you surprised by this? And second of all, does it undercut the U.S. position here in Paris to have Congress back home taking these steps?
Well, to answer that last part right up front, my experience over the last 24 hours being here, and Elliot's certainly having been involved with the international conversation going on for many, many months, is I'm going to say most, if not all, of the key negotiators and heads of state understand United States politics. We think that they are perhaps naive about it, but they're not. They understand the essentially symbolic nature of a congressional vote in the face of a sure presidential veto that won't be able to be overridden. That is what's going to happen. And so you look at it in that context where everybody knows that that's what's going to happen. People are not paying that much attention to it. They know it's happening. They recognize that there's a diversity of views in the United States. But there's always a diversity of views.
These deals that we're talking about, this agreement we're talking about, is supposed to last decades.
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
And last I checked, we're going to have a new president by January of 2017. So isn't this whatever check Obama writes here is only as good as the next president, right?
Yeah. Well, in the middle of these negotiations, or in the middle of the lead up to the negotiations, many of the countries change governments also.
Right.
Australia, Canada.
But those are not the second largest CO2 emitter.
No, they're
in the
not.
world.
They're not the second largest. And the United States, by every stretch of the imagination, is a key leader in these discussions. And anything is possible. Anything can happen. And the 2 points you have to say is something possible? And then if it is, well, how probable is it that'll occur? So it is possible that there'll be a new president.
Right.
That's going to happen.
Right.
It is possible that president may be opposed to some of these policies. Right. But if you look at history, how probable is it that a president actually goes through the rulemaking process to take a rule that is publicly popular away? Right. I don't think you'll find an example where that has ever happened. Right. Now, you can withdraw something on its way to being enacted, but once it's enacted, to actually go through the public process, you can't do it by fiat. You have to go through a public process to remove it from the books. And that will require an act of Congress, or it'll require a regulatory process that's subjected to public affairs. So, something that has got broad public support in the United States, and I think that's a key message to the rest of the world. It's not just what you hear in Washington, D.C., even though the three of us hang out there every once in a while. It is really what does the American public believe in. And so it'll make it politically difficult, or at least with some risk, for somebody to try to really overturn
I would at least argue that it at least suggests that the highest stakes for U.S. environmental policy next year is the presidential campaign, probably above all else, right?
Yes.
Would you agree on that?
Yes, the president has some very significant powers in environmental policy, which have been given to him.
Does it worry you that not one single Republican, maybe with the exception of John Kasich, has acknowledged, or maybe, and George Pataki, who doesn't even make it into the big kid debates, has even acknowledged that climate change is a problem?
There's a big difference between campaigning and governing. I think we need to discount the kind of rhetoric you hear at this stage in the campaign. Once a president comes into office, I think the equation changes. Any incoming president is going to have to weigh very carefully the political risks of trying to roll back a policy that has broad public support, like Bob said, and it's going to have to weigh the diplomatic risks of pulling out of a global agreement that every other country has signed on to. So I think there's some significant staying power both to the policies that have been put in place in the United States and to the agreement once it's there.
So again, just go back to my, maybe it's a good summary on that conversation, is that there are many things that are possible, but how probable are they really under almost any scenario? As long as the public support for action on climate change continues to grow in the United States, those risks that Elliot just outlined are going to be there. Right. It doesn't mean that a new president couldn't make these different changes, but it won't be like it's an automatic.
The point is that, right now you have cities, you have states, you have companies developing the strategies, making the investments to follow through on the trends required by these policies. Once that's set in motion, it's going to be very hard to reverse, and people are going to see that it's easier than they may have thought, and in fact that there are dividends being paid. So I think that will help to support and sustain the efforts going forward.
In many ways, that's one of the underlying elegance of the approach that we're taking on mitigation of greenhouse gases from electric power, and that each state will have to develop its plan. We already have 10 states in the United States that have a price on carbon, and we expect that there'll be more added in this process because they'll want to avail themselves of cooperating with their neighbor states. So when you have companies making the kinds of pledges we're seeing, you have cities gathered here today in the beautiful City Hall in Paris, and you have states moving further and further along. That also embeds out there in the system an important thing. This is a really important point.
Well, I've got someone talking in my ear saying we're done. So it's but just a shame because I feel like we're just getting started. But thanks, guys. This has really been very interesting. I appreciate you shedding some light on the negotiations and giving us a little broader context and everything. And I guess I'm supposed to look at that camera as I say all of that. But thank you very much to my two guests today, and we stand by for more. Thanks. Hello everybody again, this is Ethan Zimler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm privileged now to be joined by the mayor of Reykjavik, Dagger Eggertsen, and welcome, and thanks for joining us. Tell me a little bit about why you're here.
Well, I'm here because of climate change and the increasing focus and knowledge about the city's responsibility, both as part of the problem. Cities are the place that emission is, that create most emission, but also the place where solutions are created. That's at least my opinion. And so I think this focus on cities and non-state actors here in Paris is very important, not just for the Paris summit, but for the aftermath. If we're going to get this work done, you need to engage citizens, you need to engage the business community, corporations, and cities are often in much closer cooperation with both than national governments.
Although tell me, in Iceland, what percentage of the population lives in your city?
Well, in the Reykjavik area, we have about 80%.
Right, so you are your policies basically are almost national policies in some way.
And if you add kind of the neighboring municipalities, a lot of the economic activity and transportation, etc., are going on in that area.
So now Reykjavik is really an interesting place in terms of renewable energy. Maybe fill people in a little bit on some of the unique circumstances and opportunities that you've been able to take advantage of there in terms of geothermal.
Yeah, for Reykjavik, as for Iceland in general, all energy that we create, electricity, is non-carbon. So it's hydropower, 100%, hydro and geothermal. And interestingly enough, it was after the oil crisis of the 70s that Reykjavik took kind of the last steps towards connecting all homes and businesses to a central heating system.
But how was it started though, 100 years ago? What was it that,
Well, the first part of the name Reykja means smoke. And that was because in the area you have geothermal pools, warm water that gives you the smoke, and that was used for central heating. So literally within the city we have drilled holes
where we get steam that comes straight up out of the ground and you can use to heat your house.
And then we've scaled it up in the last decades. But it's a part of that. It's an island that is active with active volcanoes. Right. So we have a lot of hot spots.
Right.
In the old sense.
Got it. I'm sure it's also a very wired community. I'm sure as well.
It is.
Do you, in terms of power generation, though, how does geothermal also provide electricity?
Yes, that's electricity has been used the last 40 years for electricity as well. But we mainly were drilling for the hot water, but the warm steam, it's hundreds of degrees Celsius, the heat is used to create electricity with turbines. So.
And is that, when you say that is it Reykjavik or the entire country of Iceland is 100% zero carbon energy, is it mostly geothermal or mostly large hydro, or are there other technologies?
It's split.
Any wind as well?
The geothermal has been growing a lot, but a considerable part is hydro as well. But we have to remember that we import a lot of oil for our cars, etc. as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our big task.
Yeah, I was going to say. So, what are you thinking about transport? How do you address that on a part? If that's where your emissions footprint is these days,
yes,
right?
And as many cities that developed enormously in the 50s and 60s, we have a city that is designed almost for the private car. So that's our big struggle.
Yeah.
And that's where we can learn a lot from other cities, both in Scandinavia, Europe, the US, and
geographically,
elsewhere.
it's a small country, right? So does that not create opportunities for electric vehicles, since you don't actually need to have? I don't know. What's the typical commute, let's say, for someone in?
Within the Reykjavik area, you could survive totally just with electric cars, and we are setting up.
These days, an electric car has about an 80-mile range typically, right, for a Nissan Leaf.
And we're setting up the infrastructure for that, so you can fast plug in and get electricity fast at certain points within the city. Yeah. But we need to be better on public transport, and we are doing that and planning for that. And we see this as kind of the big challenge for Reykjavik in the years to come.
At the end of the day, Iceland is an island country, right? What are the sort of energy security concerns, or if you are still relying on importing oil, what are the I presume that's one of the motivations for wanting to move to electricity or other sources of generation. Well, generation, but we've already done that, but on the transport side, fuel.
Well, to head for a non-fossil use community or a country, we would, then we would just use kind of the national product, which is clean electricity. And so the electric car and the use of electricity in transport is of high interest to all of us. But as well, all sorts of industries that use electricity. We are focusing on green industries and creative industries. And tourism. Tourism is booming in Reykjavik. So the economy is growing faster than many places in Europe now. But that's also a task to do that in a sustainable way. So we kind of give back the city and the country to the younger generations in better shape.
Here's a question though. So you have this bounty of renewable, resource, and it's an island country, so you have all this motivation to do things to displace fossil generation. What lessons, though, can other cities learn from you, given how unique your city is in terms of the circumstances?
I think that some cities could use more geothermal, actually. There are a number of places that have rich areas, both in Eastern Europe, in Africa, and parts of Asia. We learned a lot from California, actually, both what they did and the mistakes they did in the 70s when it comes to geothermal. So I think a lot of this, as with any other task in the climate and climate issues, is about sharing of solutions and knowledge. And I think that most of the things we have done are ideas someone else came up with, and we are using in our context. So it's about sharing and stealing good ideas.
Great. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, learning a little bit more about Reykjavik and the interesting things you're doing, and I hope to come visit there someday.
Thank you. You're welcome.
It's my pleasure. So it's been my pleasure to host Mayor Egertsen of Reykjavik, and thanks again. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Hello again, Google World. This is Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, a division of Bloomberg covering the clean energy markets. And I have the pleasure now to be joined by two mayors of America's great cities here. Mayor Chris Coleman of St. Paul, Minnesota, and Mayor Roy Buell of Dubuque, Iowa. So adjoining states in the US. I guess, gentlemen, what brings you to Paris?
Well, Roy and I represent we're mayors of cities on the Mississippi River, and we have an initiative called the Mississippi River Cities and Towns Initiative that really represents all of the cities all across the Mississippi River Basin. And a lot of attention in the climate change discussion is about coastal cities and what are the impacts on low-lying areas along the sea, the oceans, et cetera. But so much of the impacts of climate change occur in river basins. If you look at just the Mississippi River alone, 20 million people a day draw their drinking water out of the Mississippi River. We use it to irrigate our farm fields. We use it for transportation. So the impacts of climate change on the Mississippi and other rivers across the globe can be very dramatic.
A very basic question, I would say. Is the expectation that water levels will rise on the Mississippi in
the expectations that we're realizing today, the realities are the increased flooding, the heavy rain events that we hadn't seen in a long time, and then the drought situations that occur, in the Mississippi River. The drought of 2012 was devastating to the lower stem of the river. So there are a lot of changes taking place now that we hadn't seen before in history that is really affecting our ability not only to provide that fresh drinking water for so many people, but also the crops that are grown in those river basins that are not only feeding the United States, but much of the world.
Well, if you look at one of the things that's been put together is an economic impact on the upper Mississippi River Basin, and that picture of the economy of the river and the surrounding communities changes dramatically if there's a lot of flooding, if you're unable to ship goods up and down the river, the impacts on having to dredge the ports because of the way the sediment is coming into the river. There's so many different impacts that can be had as a result of the changes. We've seen a 20% increase in average annual rainfalls along that basin, upper basin, in the last 50 years. That's a pretty dramatic,
really,
since the 1950s, and so you really start to understand. Now, other river basins may be experiencing drought. They may have the inability to draw drinking water or irrigation water or navigate the river. The point being is that we need to understand this is not just about what happens along coastal flood areas. This is about what happens across the globe and intercontinental areas as well.
From a financial perspective, what is the impact? I mean, can people actually, if you want to do development along the river these days, is the insurance cost much higher as a result of all of this?
Well, in places where flooding is prevalent, insurance is much higher. There's some places you can't get insurance that are located in floodplains. But what we're looking at is how do you build resilience against these types of drastic weather situations so that communities are insulated, if you will. We've got a project in the city of Dubuque where we're actually daylighting a creek to provide the capacity to carry away the floodwaters that have caused 6 presidential disaster declarations in the city of Dubuque just in the past 12 years from flooding, flash flooding.
From the economic, you're both from agricultural states, and obviously you're the municipal leaders, but from an agricultural perspective, how is climate change going to affect Iowa and Minnesota, for that matter, in terms of crop yields and the expectations? I mean, I think there's some who say that it might actually be beneficial potentially.
Well, we do have seed in the United States, that's drought tolerant for a lot of crops. It isn't something that's global in nature. So, one of the things that we want to talk with other river basins about is how they can access those types of seed, for instance, how they can build resilience into their river basins like we're attempting to do, so that, in 2050, when there's a population of 9.5 billion, 2.5 billion more people than we have today, that we'll be able to provide that food necessary in other river basins besides the Mississippi River.
I forget the exact statistic, but it's something to the effect that we'll have to produce as much food in the next 50 years as we've had to produce in the last 10,000. So when you think about it in those terms, to feed a global population of $9.5 million, anything that impacts the ability of farm areas like in Minnesota or in Iowa or other areas along the basin, will have a dramatic impact on our ability to feed those 9.5 million people. And it does have, so you start thinking about additional sedimentation as a result of more runoff that goes into the river, which affects the ability to draw that water to irrigate the farmland. In addition to the drinking water aspects of it and all of those things. It's, the point that we're here to make is just simply saying that we need to understand, first of all, that climate change impacts all parts of the globe. Second of all, that we need to understand there's a direct economic cost of not doing something to try to limit the ultimate rise in the Earth's temperature. And we need to act dramatically, we need to act quickly.
Both of your states are interesting states in terms of renewable energy. Iowa, I believe, is the third or fourth largest in terms of wind power capacity, and Minnesota has been recently trying to make efforts around solar, even though the solar resource is not spectacular in Minnesota. With all due respect. I know it's better than Germany's, but that's not saying much.
Misunderstood. We actually have more solar capacity than almost any other state in the country. True, it's true.
Are we taking the Southwest off out of the...
Well, we're not. I'm not going to start talking about Arizona, but Texas is always talking about their solar. We actually do have a lot of solar capacity, but we also have a lot of wind capacity as well.
Absolutely.
And that becomes an incredibly important part of our economic future.
How does that integrate, though, in the municipal context of things? I mean, what does that mean for you guys as mayors?
Well, it varies from working with our largest energy producer, which is Xcel Energy, that is dramatically pulling back from the use of fossil fuels, going to more renewables, which is something that we're doing, helping facilitate that conversation with Xcel. We have a district energy system that has been world renowned in the city of St. Paul. That has significantly reduced our carbon footprint and reduced the number of smokestacks in our downtown. We have to think about we're not an energy company. We don't produce energy. We certainly consume a lot of it, and we need to think about how we're doing that and how we're working with our partners that do produce the energy.
One of the things that we've begun doing in Dubuque is beginning to use solar on some of our municipal buildings, and what that has provided is a stable cost of energy into the future for that energy that's supplied by solar. You can predict what that's going to cost you for the next 25 years, as opposed to those rates that jump dramatically from year to year for most cities. So, the more you can use renewable energy like solar, the more stable your budgeting process becomes because you're in control of the costs, I guess is the way to look at it.
Absolutely. Well, Mayors Buell and Coleman, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure hosting you both. And with that, I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance.
St. Louis.
Hello again, world. This is Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. I'm pleased to be with you here today in Paris, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Colin Wellenkamp, who's the Executive Director of Mississippi River Cities and Towns Initiative, which is an interesting initiative. I was just hearing a few moments ago from two mayors who are members of your organization. Tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing and why you're here today.
Sure. Our association is 68 mayors on the Mississippi, from Minnesota to Louisiana, so through 10 states. And we're in Paris to pursue the beginning of an international river basin agreement that will protect the river basins of the world from climate change, make them more resilient to it. Because two of the greatest impacts from climate change are food and water security. And most of the, put it to you this way, 35% of the world's farmland is in river basins. That 35% also happens to be the most productive in producing food. And on top of that, rivers sustain the most freshwater withdrawals out of any of the other sources. So put those two facts together, along with 2/3 of the world's population being in cities by 2050, and the 10 most populous river basins accounting for 24% of world GDP by 2050, and you've got very important players in river basins and cities and the security of our food for the planet.
So let me ask a dumb and perhaps naive question, but we always assume climate change affects the coastal regions and the rising of the seas. But what is the actual, when we literally talk about a river, are we talking about a higher river or more flood events? What does that mean exactly?
We're basically,
what's the concern?
Yeah, we're basically talking about climate change is adversely impacting river basins' ability to provide two essential environmental services, and that is food production and fresh water. And that's because climate change does a lot of different things. It brings droughts, it brings floods, it makes wet areas drier, it makes drier areas wetter. It shifts a lot of the inputs that we depend on. And so if we're talking about changing the fundamental character of the areas that produce the majority of our food and fresh water, if we're not careful and don't plan for that, then we're talking about a serious food security issue in the future.
Let me ask you about politics for a second. Mississippi runs right down through the heart of the U.S.
Yes.
Through some fairly, let's just say, progressive parts of the country in terms of embracing and understanding and believing in climate science, down through the South, and some parts of the country that, let's just say, are less on board.
Right.
Have you found, I mean, as you try and frame this issue as one that's around the river and the communities that people live in, does that get more resonance than when people try and think of this in a global context?
The Mississippi River politically runs purple. You have blue in the northern part of the river, and you have redder in the southern part of the river, and sort of a mixture in between, in the middle. Where you are on the river, you sort of have to come at climate risk in different ways for that constituency. In the southern part, you may need to come to it from an angle of storm events, droughts, floods, disaster preparedness, and security. Whereas in the northern part of the river, you may just be able to be more direct and call it what it is, climate change. But it doesn't matter. Everybody's feeling the same impacts. Everybody's lives are being affected. And the bottom line is life is being made more expensive and more uncertain by climate risk, no matter where you are, no matter what your political affiliation is. You may have to call it different things. You may have to say, look, this is about making our water infrastructure more resilient. This is about making sure that we can keep the lights on in our city. This is about, you don't mention climate change, but you mention storms and you mention natural disasters and preparedness, but it's all for the same thing. Yeah.
Well, thanks. I've got someone in my ear saying we're done. So
okay, we're done. All right.
So, Colin, thanks so much.
Thank you.
This was Colin Wellenkamp with Mississippi River Cities and Towns Initiative. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Oh, you bet. Pleasure.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello again, Google World. I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, a division of Bloomberg focused on the clean energy markets. I'm now it's my pleasure now to be joined today by Mayor Kasim Reed of Atlanta.
Thank you for
over
having
here
me.
As of the last day or so.
Yeah.
I guess I just want to ask, why'd you make the trip? What are you doing here?
I came because we need to take this on. And I think that this is the most important set of meetings on climate action, certainly since the Kyoto Protocol. And I think that fortunately the world is really moving and focusing on climate action and the impact of carbon in a way that we should have a long time ago. And so I felt that it was important as one of the leading cities in America, the leading city in the Southeast, to be a part of this conversation.
Now, Atlanta, one of the great cities in America, as you were just telling me a moment ago, 8th largest in the US. But in the state of Georgia, which has not been one of the, let's say, most forward-looking when it comes to embracing clean energy so far, what can you do as a municipal leader within the context of a state that really only more recently has started to do things on clean
Well, sure.
energy?
I mean, we're at the center of the 8th biggest metro. What we can do is act. I mean, the bottom line, as you know, Ethan, is if you're dealing with the 50 biggest metros in the United States, you're dealing with about 2/3 of the population and about 70% of GDP. And so I think that if we're going to act and not wait for Congress, which really isn't getting a lot done at all, it's more efficient for mayors across the United States of America to act in a decisive fashion. So, you know, in Atlanta, for us to make a decision about solar, which we just did, about electric vehicles, which we just did, it takes me and 8 council votes.
So tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing around electric vehicles.
Sure. Well, we have made the largest purchase in the history of the city for an electric vehicle fleet. Probably 2 to 4 weeks before that, we launched the biggest solar initiative to put solar on 28 buildings in the city of Atlanta. When you say
purchase of electric vehicles, are these going to be owned by the municipality for government?
We will either own them or we will have a joint venture relationship with a business. The bottom line is that we will take businesses that were traditionally powered by gas and we want to convert to an EV fleet in a fashion that's the biggest that we've ever done in the history of the city and the biggest that any government in the state of Georgia has.
So how many city cars or trucks are we talking about to become
I think that
electric
we're
vehicles?
talking somewhere between 50 to 150 vehicles over the term of the relationship.
And how are you going to charge those?
Excuse me?
How do you charge those?
We're going to charge them with our charging station. We got a charging
station
right outside City Hall.
Oh, wow.
So we'll have a charging station close, and we've been installing charging stations for some time. Not many people know it, but the city of Atlanta was really leading the country in electric vehicle sales because we had a very favorable electric vehicle tax credit.
I see.
So we're really excited about it.
And on the solar side, you mentioned an initiative that the municipality is pursuing as well.
Yes. So what I think is we always have to demonstrate the behavior we're talking about. And so we had no significant solar imprint. And what I asked my sustainability director was to take us into solar in an impactful way. And so we identified 28 buildings that were ideal for solar. And so we're implementing that initiative, and now we're getting ready to start implementing a major solar initiative at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, which is the busiest passenger airport in the world. We handle about 100 million passengers a year.
I know that in Denver and other airports, they've made similar efforts in the past.
So Mayor Hancock in Denver has launched a similar initiative. But first we started with the city's footprint, and now we're focusing on our airport.
So I get one last question, but it's an important one, I think. Within the context of American politics, you come over here, and you come back to many places you travel in the world, there is a consensus that climate change is real and it's a problem and it's sort of settled science. Not so much back home. How does that change?
Yeah, I don't think of it's not so much. I think one party really owns climate denial. And I think that this is a conversation that we're just going to have to argue out and just to continue to stay at it and make the point. But fortunately, most of America's cities are led by people who do understand and trust 97% of the scientists. Yeah. And so I think that cities really drive the issue around carbon. So we will be the ones that persuade the rest of the country that this is real. The weather events across the United States of America, unfortunately, will be what I think changes the politics. But we can't wait in cities, and that's why I think it's so exciting about being a mayor, and why I think the local leaders meeting was so important. Going forward, about 75 to 80% of the pollution will occur in cities. And then over the next 10 to 20 years, by 2050, we're going to go from 3.9 billion people in cities to about 6.5 billion. So urban management is going to be the key to dealing with all of this. And I think that we can do a great deal of it, not all of it, without the help of the federal system.
Well, Mayor, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for giving me some time.
Mayor Kasim Reed, thanks again from the city of Atlanta. I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Thank you. Hello again, everyone. This is Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, a division of Bloomberg focused on the energy markets. And my cavalcade of mayors continues here, these terrific interviews I've been able to conduct over the last hour or so. I'm joined now by Mayor Shpend Ahmeti of Pristina, Kosovo. And it's a pleasure to have you here today. Tell me a little bit about why you're here, why these issues are relevant to Pristina.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here in Paris. Obviously, 3 weeks after the attacks, all of the cities uniting behind the mayor and behind the city of Paris in this wake of tragedy. And I think we're gathered for a very important topic, and that is the climate change and what's going on with the UN meetings. And obviously, cities, we believe, are the leaders and are going to be the leaders in the future in this fight. Not just because we are closer to the citizens in terms of their problems and the quality of life and the quality of air that they're breathing, but we believe that cities are faster in their response When you come to national governments, they're slower, they're hesitant, and you can see with these negotiations it's been taking forever to discuss these very important topics. So obviously it's the last minute to do something about it, because I think we're losing the battle and we don't leave it to the next generations like
Tell
this.
me a little bit about Pristina, the size of the city, but and why these issues, particularly to your municipality, are important.
Pristina is the capital of the Republic of Kosovo, and Kosovo sits on the second largest reserve of coal in Europe. We are a city of about 350,000 people, and always the discussion is now on how are we going to rely on energy in the future. And because we are sitting on the second largest reserve of coal, there is very huge pressure, not just on our city, but on our country, to build new capacities of energy, and because we've had very old power plants. And as we discuss with the national governments, there's always this question of where are we buying energy from, are we secure for the future, but at the same time we are sitting on coal.
Right.
So this is the discussion, this is one of the reasons why I am here, and this is why I believe this discussion is important.
Given the coal reserves that you have, is there, I mean, how much excitement or interest is there to embrace, say, alternative sources of energy?
Well, there's always the question of within the country, there is always a civil society that fights for a cleaner environment, for not doing this. But then you also have outside interests of companies that are very interested in building new power plants, and they are supported by national governments of these countries. Therefore, it is very good that we don't keep the debate only within the country, because then in a small country like Kosovo, this debate is always lost, because you're facing huge corporations, you're facing very big countries that are trying to put these power plants on your soil. So we believe that it's very important that this is not bound by the borders of our country, that we discuss this further, so that we have the support of the international civil society, we have the support of other mayors who obviously all agree on this very same point, that we need to do something now in order to preserve the future.
And what kind of policies have you been able to put in place at the city level to support?
Well, we've been able to reduce energy consumption significantly by 20% by changing the district heating from oil to actually using the existing power plants to heat the water. We've done quite a lot on the public light system. We're doing quite a lot on the buildings and energy efficiency for buildings.
What do you do on the public light system? Swap out bulbs?
Yes, swap completely to LED lighting and actually make it smart technology, because most of them are on at all times. And in cities like ours, that is a huge energy bill that we are paying. So we are working on models with international financial institutions that we get ESCO models where we invest on the lights and then we pay money from the savings on the energy bill that we have. So there are a lot of policies. We've planted like 2,000 trees only this year. We've built 3 new parks, and the whole concept is to do as many as these small measures as we can in order to reduce the energy bill and actually have a cleaner air. We've just put 6 air measurers, air quality measures around the city so that people can see in real time where they live. Hopefully that we raise awareness about the quality of air that they're breathing, because I think most of the people, and not just in Pristina, but in the Balkans in general, do not know about the air that they breathe. If we give them more information, I think everybody would be happier to support policies like this and act on these policies.
On the transportation side, what can and what should you be doing as a mayor of a city of your size?
We've just finished. We agreed on a loan with EBRD. We're buying 51 new buses, which is Euro 6 standards. We cannot do compressed gas because we don't have the support for it. But if we do Euro 6 standards, that is the latest standard on emissions from buses. And hopefully we can do that also with the private sector buses, that we give them some time that they need to change. And we're just adopting a new taxi regulation that will require taxi drivers also to invest in cars, so supported by the municipal government, so that we reduce the emissions that we have by cars. But at the same time, we have to promote walking and cycling, and this is not just done by saying walk more, but we have to provide incentives. It's like, why should people walk? London had this great idea of putting signs across the city saying, instead of taking the car, why don't you walk 8 minutes and up to this place where you can see? And for cycling, it's the same. It's very dangerous now to cycle in Pristina, but we should build cycling paths so that it makes it easier for people to use cycling, walking instead of cars and buses and all these technologies. So there is a responsibility for all of us mayors to do this. We should be helping each other. There are cities in the Balkans that have buses that are 25 years old. There are European cities that have buses that are 10 years old, and they are changing. Maybe we should transfer some of these buses to these cities so that we move slowly to newer technologies and actually cleaner lives.
Excellent. Listen, I'm told we're out of time, but it's been a pleasure to meet you, and thanks for joining us today.
It's a pleasure, and thank you very much.
Mayor Mehdi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
And I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Thanks for joining us. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. We're a division of Bloomberg focused on the energy markets, and it's my pleasure now to be joined by Mayor Crețu of the city of Bistrița, Romania, and I'm sure that I have mispronounced that, but if you could, Mayor, thank you for joining us today, and if you could, tell me a little bit about, I guess start by telling me a little bit about your city and why these issues are important to your city.
Bistrița is a city in the north of Romania, in Transylvania. And it's a former German city. It has been settled about 800 years ago by German colonists. They come back in Germany after the Second World War. Now the city is inhabited by Romanians, 95%. But we keep the spirit of Germans, and the city of Bistrița it is the most beautiful city in the world.
That's a big, we're in Paris.
Yes, I know that we are in Paris.
Okay.
But Bistrița is loved by 80,000 inhabitants, and they declare it.
Okay.
Maybe in Paris live more people, but they do not declare.
Okay, they believe it more.
And we, as Romanian, as Latins, with our flexibility, with our involvement, has inherited also the systematic work and organization of German. That's why Bistrița is a well-ordinated city with a beautiful historical center, with a beautiful landscape around, with a lot of woods, a lot of trees, and with people who want to have a high level of high standard of level. And this standard of level, we want to make it possible also for our children and for our nephews. That's why I'm here at the Climate Change Summit to bring the commitment of my citizens that we shall do as much as possible, as soon as possible, for have this standard of life in the future for our followers.
So, climate change is a global challenge. And you said your city is 80,000 people?
80,000.
What can a city of that size do to address a global challenge in terms of policies or things that you can change?
Global changes are happen everywhere, on each village, not on a city. And if we expect to act only the governments or only the very big city, then we shall wait for nothing, because each citizen of the world has to act. Of course, it is difficult, but if the mayors from each city involve themselves and act accordingly, then each city bring its part to this change of the environment.
So what kind of things are you doing?
First of all, I have to remember you and the people who are listening to us that we have been a former socialist country. During the period of socialist has been built a lot of block of flats with a very high consumer of energy. So we in Bistrica have about 475 blocks built between 50 and 90s. And all of this has a consumption of 150, 200 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. This is very much. In Europe, maximum admitted in democratic Europe is 80, but Scandinavia is fighting for 40. And our mainly program in environment is to rehabilitate these buildings in which are living 80% of the citizens of Bistrica.
Oh, really?
And we start a program which will bring all these blocks, in total about 22,000 of apartments, in a normal condition, under 80 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. And we have started with 150 blocks, which is meaning about 7,500 apartments. From this, about 3,800 apartments are finished, are ready. We have completed. And we have in project the other. And till at the end of 2020, when it's the deadline for our SIAP, Sustainable Energy Action Plan, which has been deposed at the European Commission in 2011, and we commit to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases with 20%. We have already achieved 12% at this time. And we have taken as a basis 2008, a year which is very near, and we have everything measured. And we have in this SIAP plan 88 measures. From this 88 measures, about 30% are already done. And we continue with others, which are, very important, and some of them are very costly. But we managed to have our own money, governmental money, and also European funds for development. And we trust that at the end of 2020, our commitment will be fulfilled, and we shall reduce with 20. And not by myself, not by my team from the City Hall, but the citizens of Bistrica are acting in this way.
Great. I'm told that we are already out of time. But Mayor Kretsu, thank you very much for this.
I just want to underline one idea, that everything we have now, our comfort of life is based of energy, of fuel energy based on fossils. And this will be an end. We are at the end of this era. And we have to leave to our children the same comfort, the same civilization, but based on renewable energy. And we are working hard for this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time. And I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and thanks to Mayor Kretsu for joining us here today. Hello again, Google Hangout. I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. We're a division of Bloomberg focused on the energy markets, and I've got the honor and pleasure of being joined today by Michael Bruin, Executive Director of the Sierra Club. We got 5 minutes, so I'm going to jump right in and ask you some pretty substantive questions. Okay, one, Congress recently, just this past week, both chambers of Congress have now passed resolutions, essentially, or legislation to try to undo the president's Clean Power Plan. What does that mean for the negotiations here?
Nothing. The president will veto any legislation that undermines the Clean Power Plan. I'm very confident in that. And in addition, what's happening all across the country is that utility after utility after utility, state after state, are taking strong action to transition away from dirty coal and towards clean energy. So it's not encouraging when you have both houses of Congress vote against pretty smart and pragmatic climate actions. But in terms of an actual impact either on the negotiations or on the electricity sector, it's just about zero.
But what does it say about the American public and the situation of the American psyche around climate change that a majority of the Senate and House were willing to vote to undo what is arguably the single most important regulation in the history of the U.S. to address climate change?
What it says is that we have a major party, the Republican Party, that barely acknowledges the existence of climate change and is adamantly opposed to any type of action that would address climate change, that would create clean energy jobs, that would protect air and water. And it's disturbing. It's disturbing that we have half of the political system in the United States that is at best obstructionist, if not in denial about the actual existence of the problem. Fortunately, though, the president can take an enormous action through his executive authority, and it's complemented by what we see here today, which is thousands of actions that are being taken at the local level.
Last I checked, we'll have a different president in January of 2017. I'm no constitutional scholar, but I think that's correct. What do you say to people here who make that point and say, well, it's great that Obama came and he gave this great speech and there's a Clean Power Plan and all this stuff, but he's not going to be president in a couple of years. How what reassurances, I guess, can you give them on that question?
Well, what we'll say is that we clearly need someone in the White House who understands both the obligations to act on climate change and the opportunities inherent in clean energy. But what we also will say, and it's particularly poignant here today, is that we are seeing communities all across the country and around the world that are taking strong action, that are beginning to move away from fossil fuels. Some cities are embracing 100% clean energy. Some cities are only so far right now investing in a transition away from coal-fired power plants. Some cities are investing in green transportation. So we need a strong leader in the White House who will take us forward on climate change. We need to have Congress that's controlled by leaders who are willing to fight climate change effectively. But it's not accurate to say that Congress or the presidency is the only way in which progress can be made.
But this does certainly raise the stakes on the next presidential campaign,
Absolutely.
Greg. And I'm curious your thoughts on this because I've watched the debates and it seems like either climate change doesn't get asked about or it gets asked about in the most incredibly simplistic kind of manner. What can be done to change that? How can you and others inject these issues into the presidential race in an educated kind of way?
Well, it's interesting. We think it's actually more a part of this election than it ever has been. And we have to acknowledge that in the last several elections, climate change has barely been a topic. Yeah. But right now, you could not have a more stark difference between the candidates in the Republican Party versus the candidates in the Democratic Party. We have seen climate be injected both into the debates and the debate, the overall conversation. I think it's clear that every candidate on the Democratic side wants to really lean in, as the expression goes, to climate change and the clean energy transition. It also seems clear that the Republican candidates want to talk about climate change. They want to disavow that there's an actual challenge or mock those who want to take action on it. So we're pretty confident that this will be a vibrant debate throughout 2016 and that there probably hasn't ever been a choice that's as clear as it's likely to be in this election.
Great. So I'm told we're done.
All right.
Michael, it's been a pleasure to have you. Good to see you.
Good to talk to
you. Michael Brune, Executive Director of the Sierra Club. Thanks for joining me here today. And back to you, Google Hangout. Again, everyone, I'm Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. We're a division of Bloomberg that focuses on the clean energy markets and energy markets in transition more generally. And I'm surprised and pleased to be joined by Rit Agrawal of Sidewalk Labs. Rit is a veteran of working for Bloomberg Foundation, but also worked for Mayor Bloomberg in City Hall as Director of Planning, as I understand.
Long-term planning and sustainability.
Sustainability. So I guess you have to say, what's Sidewalk Labs?
So Sidewalk Labs is a new firm just founded a couple of months ago, focused on developing urban innovations for cities potentially all over the world. We are part of the Alphabet family, so Google has staked our fund. And we seek to use a variety of mechanisms from private equity style late stage investing through incubating companies all the way back to even thinking about new technologies that should be developed to make cities better. The fundamental belief is that we are at the beginning of a fourth urban revolution. And so if you think about it, there have been 4 waves of technology over the last 200 years that have transformed cities. The steam engine made cities entirely different. Right? Electricity made cities entirely different. The automobile made cities entirely different. And now we're just at the very early days of the way digital technology will make cities different. We think the potential is to make cities radically better, and we want to be at the forefront of that.
So radically better, improvement, that can mean a lot of things. Put that in the context of sustainability and climate stuff.
Well, one of the first things that motivated the work that Dan Doctoroff, our CEO, did when he was deputy mayor of New York and was my boss, and what Mayor Bloomberg did as mayor, is that cities are the solution, right? So the first thing is anything that can make cities cheaper, more attractive, healthier, able to hold more people, is better for climate, because at a certain income level, the cities are always the more efficient way to live. Right? And so you look at any OECD country, the average carbon footprint of the urban dweller in the largest city is usually less than half that of the nation as a whole. So that's the first connection. The second is, if you think about where cities consume energy and therefore emit fossil fuels, it's really in 2 sectors. It's in buildings and it's in transportation. And the opportunity to use technology to revolutionize both of those is in some ways obvious, but in fact we're barely beginning to understand it.
And so are you guys within that space looking for companies that are sort of, let's say, I don't know how to put it, lightweight sort of software focused? Or are you also willing to look at companies that are proposing, tech solutions that are going to potentially be expensive? Not expensive to implement necessarily ultimately, but expensive to develop the technology.
Well, look, I think we're very early in our work. We are beginning to understand what we really think the opportunities are in a precise way, as you would imagine. When you set out with as narrowly defined a topic as urban innovation,
right.
It takes a while to really figure out what you're really going to focus on. I think we're mostly focused on impact, and of course at the end of the day we are a for-profit business, so we need to see where the profit lies. But the technology will almost certainly create opportunities across the spectrum, things that are completely lightweight, just apps that leverage data in different ways, all the way down to potentially new ways to construct buildings or new ways to design sewer systems or whatever it is. And exactly where we want to invest, we'll figure out as we go along. As you may know, our first investment that's been public for a couple of months now was the acquisition of these 2 companies, Titan and the Control Group, that are now Intersection, which is the company that has taken a franchise for New York City's public phones and is going to be turning all of those into Wi-Fi towers. So on the streets of New York City, virtually everywhere, maybe 2 years from now, you will be able to get free Wi-Fi, paid for by advertising revenue.
Wow.
And it offers the beginning of a system of how you might think about other things going on in the city, how you might keep track of how many people are on the street at a given time, which actually leads you to think about, well, maybe there are safety issues. On the other hand, maybe this is a driver of real estate value. As we know, retail rents are driven by footfall, right? Any number of things where you want to keep track of what's going on in a city, whether it's for security or management, whatever, there are ways to think about that better when you have a Wi-Fi system. So, so the sky's the limit in a lot of ways.
I've been told I'm on my last question, which means I probably have about 30 seconds to answer this, but I did want to ask, the big announcement by Bill Gates and others to put a lot of new money into early stage energy technology investing, is that something that you think is going to help move the needle along with the efforts that you guys are making?
Look, I think there is no question that the world needs as much investment in clean energy technology and deployment as possible. So I think any investment, especially from the private sector and savvy investors, is good for the overall challenge.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Rick. Great to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thanks for joining us for a quick one here. I appreciate it. Ethan Zindler with Bloomberg New Energy Finance and Rit Agarwal from Sidewalk Labs is one of my guests. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm Jason Kelly from Bloomberg. We're here at the Google Hangout in Paris, hanging out right now with Austin Blackman from Boston. He's the Chief of Environment, Energy, and Open Space. A very cool title. What does it mean? What do you do? What's your job there in Boston?
Yeah, so I run 3 departments for Mayor Walsh, Parks and Recreation, Inspectional Services, which is our permitting department for housing and construction, and then also the Environment Department, where we're responsible for implementing our Climate Action Plan, which we updated in 2014 and released in 2015. Some of the high-level goals that we have through that document are a 25% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions citywide by 2020 and an 80% reduction by 2050.
Right. So with a city like Boston, it's obviously not one of the newer cities in America. A lot of embedded infrastructure, the big dig, this is a tight, very urban density sort of city. What are the big things you have to do, or what are the special challenges you think for Boston?
Yeah, well, Boston, as you mentioned, is an old city. We have lots of buildings, about 127,000 of them. And those are some of our largest opportunities. In Boston, about 50% of our emissions come from large buildings and institutions. The transportation sector is our next largest contributor. And so we're really focused on those areas in terms of our reductions. And Mayor Walsh has made it very clear that we need to lead by example as we're doing that. So the city of Boston, as a municipality, controls about 321 buildings, about 1,000 vehicles. We want to make sure that we're leading by example on that, particularly with our building stock. And so we've kicked off a process called the Renew Boston Trust, which is going to allow us to do energy savings performance contracting. In other words, it's going to allow us to retrofit our buildings and pay for those retrofits through the energy savings that they realize. And we're making sure that as we go out to our businesses and residents, who really have to be partners with us, because the city of Boston as a municipality is only responsible for about 3% of emissions citywide. So we have to make sure that we lead by example to inspire our businesses and residents to follow our lead. And we've got great programs that help us do that as well, including Mayor Walsh's Carbon Cup. That's a program that will recognize businesses that go the extra mile, committing to 35% reductions by 2020 on their greenhouse gas emissions. And then in addition to recognition from the mayor, they also receive technical assistance through some of our partners at the city as well.
Yeah, we talked about Boston being an old city in terms of its history, but it's also a very young city in terms of its demographics, I would imagine. You're a young guy. I mean, have you seen, what's the sort of cultural shift? Open space is in your title. I just wonder how young people are sort of taking this up in Boston.
Yeah, obviously Boston has many colleges and universities, so we have residents that are generally very young. And we're doing a lot in the city right now to bring a younger feel to it and to make it a more innovative place as well. Within City Hall, our Chief of Staff, Daniel Coe, is really responsible for trying to lead a data-driven effort. He recently had a TED Talk that was all about how the city is trying to leverage the data that we collect to make more data-driven decisions in everything that we do, whether that's from trash pickups to parking enforcement, and even how we manage the most basic city service and needs. And I think that's true culturally as well. You're starting to take efforts to make sure that we can not only have our college and graduate students come in, but make sure that they stay and have their families there for a longer period of time as well.
Right. So in a gathering like this, what are you picking up? Mayors from all over the world, sort of wandering around here, meeting each other. Any interesting ideas that you've heard, or things that you're definitely going to take back to Boston and try?
It's such an inspiring gathering of mayors and their delegates. Last night I was at the C40 Awards. Boston was fortunate enough to win an award for one of our programs called Greenovate Boston. It's our initiative that we use to really connect our residents to the planning process for our climate action plan, as well as some of the initiatives that we have to connect our residents to incentives that are available at our states and utilities. But what was so great about that is that we also got to hear about all of the awards and all of the other categories and all of the finalists in the other categories. and being so inspired by the work that they're doing, whether it's around waste, whether it's about climate planning, whether it's about their energy procurement. There is so much great things, not happening just within North America, but globally, that without convenings like this one, we wouldn't be able to hear those ideas and go back to our mayors and our executives to share them and hopefully steal or rebrand some ideas and implement them on our own.
That's great. Austin Blackman, City of Boston, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Been here at the Google Hangout. We'll be hanging out all day. Thanks very much.
we go back this evening.
Oh, this evening.
We depart from Charles de Gaulle at 21:15.
I'm Jason Kelly here at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. My guest right now is Mayor Miguel Fernandez Flores, Mayor of Pontevedra. Welcome, bienvenidos.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
So what's happening in Pontevedra when it comes to climate? What are the new and different things that you're trying?
¿Qué estamos haciendo en Pontevedra en relación con el cambio climático?
Quisiera en primer lugar dar mis felicitaciones por la organización de este evento tan necesario e importante. En Pontevedra estamos invirtiendo la tendencia de forma que estamos construyendo una ciudad donde las personas son lo más importante y los vehículos a motor que ocupan la ciudad están desplazados a un segundo o un tercer plano.
First of all, he would like to thank you for this magnificent summit. And what are we doing in Pontevedra? Currently, we are implementing measures to convert the city in a human environment, in a city made for the people, a city at a human scale. We are trying to eradicate motor traffic, and we are transforming the public spaces for the people.
Do you find that younger people are more interested in the environment and thinking about the environment than previous generations?
Si crees que los jóvenes están más interesados en hablar de medio ambiente, en conservar medio ambiente que las generaciones precedentes.
Bueno, yo creo que sí que están interesados y sobre todo son capaces de percibir las mejoras en la calidad de vida que se produce en la ciudad cuando el espacio público se deja para las personas y no está ocupado como un almacén de coches, de vehículos que están ocupando el espacio y que hacen que las ciudades sean desagradables y contaminantes.
Yeah, sure. They are more and more interested in preserving the environment, and they really appreciate the measures we are implementing in order to deliver the public spaces to the people. They make really great use of these spaces.
Are other mayors in your country as interested and committed as you are to these issues? What is special?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
Are other mayors around the country as interested as you are in transforming the environment and transforming your cities?
Si los alcaldes de tu entorno, de tu alrededor están interesados como tú en transformar el medio ambiente y el entorno urbano.
Bueno, yo tengo que decir dos cosas. Una, que es posible mejorar la calidad del aire drásticamente. Nosotros en Pontevedra hicimos una disminución de un 70% de las emisiones de CO2 a la atmósfera, pero hay que ser muy valientes y tomar decisiones políticas valientes, tener un proyecto para la ciudad y sacarlo adelante, a pesar de que pueda haber ciertas discrepancias, ciertas, posiciones que impiden avanzar, pero cuando se toman decisiones políticas, los ciudadanos valoran positivamente la mejora de la calidad de vida de la ciudad.
Yeah, he thinks that politically, in a political way, it is quite possible to implement measures in order to improve not only to mitigate climate change, but even more. It is possible to improve the quality of life in the urban environment. It's really possible.
Yeah, good. We're going to leave it there. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. It's Mayor Miguel Fernandez Flores, the Mayor of Pontevedra. I'm Jason Kelly. Thank you for joining us at this Google Hangout. I'm Jason Kelly from Bloomberg here at the Google Hangout at the summit here in Paris. Got a couple guys joining me talking about a river. Butch Brown, Dave Kleiss, you're from St. Cloud, you're from Natchez, Mississippi. But what brings you together is the Mississippi River. Tell me what you're doing here.
Well, we're a group of mayors that represent the Mississippi River from the headwaters to the Gulf. I have the northern area in Minnesota, and there's Butch here farther south in Mississippi and Natchez. We are a group that came together about 3.5 years ago to look at a holistic approach to the Mississippi River. And there's a lot of difference. I come from a small piece of the river, doesn't have any barge traffic. It's predominantly, we receive our water, we're the first city, along with 20 other million Americans who receive their water from the Mississippi River. It's a large agricultural area for us. So we take a holistic approach to the river in ways that we can protect the asset, utilize the asset that we have. It's the most important river in the world. And we're here in Paris to actually, what we started as a group of, looking at the river as a whole, meeting with other river basins all over the world. The important aspect, if you look at what's going to be taking place in the next 35 years, from a food security aspect, the Mississippi River is one of those major food producing river basins. But if you look at in the next 35 years, we're going to have to produce more food than was produced in the last 10,000 years. So in a lot of the agricultural products, a lot of the food that we eat in the world come down the Mississippi River, produced in that river basin. So from a water to a food security to a lot of issues, so we have so many things in common. Certainly we have the threat in common that all those river basins have, but it's important that we learn best practices and we look at river resiliency. And that's why we're here. What we've done in the U.S. on the Mississippi River, we're sharing that and working actually with other river basins to create a compact on what we can do to protect those river basins globally.
So, but you're at the other end of the river, and so what are you seeing? I mean, you've seen some of the real effects, seemingly, of climate change in terms of water movement, both daily and more dramatically at times.
Probably the most dramatic thing that's happened to the lower Mississippi River and Mississippi River as a whole in my lifetime of living on it and being a part of it and fooling around with it in business and in government. I will just tell you that the river system has changed. It's now hugely commercial, but it's also being recognized again as something that's very recreational. It's a big part of our health, getting water, which is needed throughout the world. Certainly in the United States alone, we've got droughts going on in California right now. We had a severe drought on the Mississippi River in 2010. 2011, we had a 500-year flood. So, something is going on around us, and none of us have really spent enough time learning what is happening until just now. In the last 15, 25 years, the world has come awake and said, we've got to do something different because there's some weird stuff happening to us. It's hard for a small town. I'm 15,600 people, the oldest city on the Mississippi River, celebrating our 300th anniversary this coming year in 2016. But it's hard for a small town of 15,000 people to grasp the issues of greenhouse gases and carbon emissions and the weight of vapor and that sort of thing that the big cities and industrial centers of the world have to deal with. But still, all of us, particularly all of us that have this wonderful asset called the Mississippi River Basin, a watershed from the Rockies to the Appalachian, we have a vested interest and we're stakeholders in the grand scheme of things. Up on the upper Mississippi above St. Louis, you have locks and dams. Terribly interesting problem up there. The locks and dams that allow the transportation and the commerce to move into the lower Mississippi where we have no locks and dams, south of St. Louis, we'll say. When you get up there and you look at the infrastructure of the most commercial water highway in the world, and you got infrastructure in place that's 100 years old. The locks and dams need to be replaced. They need attention.
Yeah. So, you mentioned learning from other cities, and obviously, we're in a city that's defined by its river. London's defined by its river. New York, where I live, is defined by a couple rivers. What's the single best idea you've heard from your peers around the world that you're going to take back to the Mississippi River?
Well, right now, there are so many issues, so many ideas that we have.
Yeah.
Trying to narrow it down to one
Yeah.
single issue would be difficult.
Yeah.
Almost every, just listening in the C40 discussions that were just taking place, we just left. The idea of trying to, from our perspective on the river is the water quality. So anything that we can do to create better, water quality. One of the things that we're one of the first cities on the Mississippi River that actually receives its water, and one of the few that put it back in. We actually recycle what we take out of the river before it goes back in. 98% of that is recycled and reused, from energy production to use on cropland, fertilizer, and of course the water that goes back in.
Yeah. He's very proud of that. He likes to say,
it's
I'll
also
send
the
you a glass
best.
of
It's
water.
the best tasting water in America that comes out of the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
But I think just the issue of the collaborative effort. Actually, one of the important things for us is we had a chance to meet with the Secretary of Agriculture a couple days ago, and just the discussion about what resources are available for communities to collaborate together on issues of reforestation, of issues of dealing with water quality, and agricultural. Oftentimes the runoff and then what happens in the northern stem affects the southern stem, and that's the important aspect of it. So just the ability to collaborate and learn from each other from that collaboration, and some of those resources that help us. We can't do it as our cities of our size.
Sure.
But together we can work on the river as a whole. So that's
10 seconds, best idea you've heard, Butch.
Oh my gosh, in just 10 seconds to tell you the best idea I've heard. I got to say that the idea of collaboration and best practices along the whole river system, because what each of us do affects our neighbor up or down the river, either way it goes. And river runs south, the ideas still run north, the problems run north, all of the things that have to do with Dave Kleiss and his community, they have to do with us in Natchez, Mississippi.
Yeah.
They're different, but they're the same.
Well, gentlemen,
there's
go
one
ahead.
thing that was just because when you ask a question like that, there's so many things running through your head. One thing that was intriguing that I just learned was the area of refrigeration using the river and the temperature of the river to cool, to air condition place. So that's something that's the first time I've heard that concept. But we use geothermal often to actually do the similar type thing, cooling and heating, actually using energy in our hockey center. But using the river itself, that's an idea that needs more exploration, but that's something, the many ideas, that's one of the aspects of just listening to Mayor Johnson of London talk about all the ideas he's able to steal from other cities, and that's what we do. We share those ideas and those concepts.
The river's clean, basically a clean product, and as Dave says, he takes it out, he puts it back better than he got it. But you think about hydroelectric power, you think about nuclear power, you think about water power, all of the things that are going on the river. Basically, we're still working with a clean, good, favorable asset.
Good. Gentlemen, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for your work on the Mississippi. Thanks for being here in Paris. It's a pleasure talking to you. Well, for 300 years.
We won't do this, but once every 300 years, you got to come.
I got to come this time. Butch Brown, Dave Kleiss, thank you very much for being with us here on the Google Hangout. Thanks. I'm Jason Kelly with Bloomberg. I'm here at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders with Aclima's Chief Creative Officer, Ruben Herzl. Ruben, great to see you.
Good to
How are
meet you.
things? I want to get to the prop here. You were very kind to bring something to show, but what's Aclima? Tell us.
Well, the word acclimate is actually rooted in the word for adaptation, so to acclimate, and the company was really founded with the intent to make tools for adaptation. So when it comes to climate change and air pollution, these are things that we all care about, so we essentially make tools for adaptation.
And you're an architect by training, right? So how did you come up with this idea? You're a co-founder of the company.
Yeah, so as an architect in a previous life, I actually was really interested in the way buildings operated, obviously, but I found as in the early stages with Google, we deployed this indoor environmental sensor network, and that gave us the opportunity to really understand how buildings live and breathe, which is something that you don't really get to see as an architect or as a designer. So it was really exciting to make the switch to sensor networks.
So sensor networks, help me understand what you're talking about there. I mean, this is sort of taking all of this data kind of unwittingly, right? Or unwittingly to me, like it's all around me. How do you do it?
Well, to explain what Aclima does and how we do it, we at Aclima, we design and deploy sensor networks, environmental sensor networks that measure the air pollution that affects human health and planetary health by that same measure. And we've been working with partners at the enterprise level, but also with partners in government to really understand this new layer of environmental understanding. And so we want to find out what we can glean from that information and solve the problems that our partners have.
So what's the most surprising problem you've come up with? What's the biggest surprise that you've seen from all this data?
Well, in the indoor environmental network that we have in Google, we have several of the buildings that we have equipped in Mountain View, and there was actually a bike to work day, as you know, in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and we actually found that had a measurable impact on the indoor environment, which was pretty amazing. So you can see the CO2 levels go down on bike to work day, but you can also see that during other events, say the BART strike day that was also in the Bay Area, that essentially put all of that public infrastructure out of commission. So we saw a lot more cars on the road, and we can also see those rises, those pollution.
So you actually measure that in the building. You can sense it.
That begged the question. Okay, this is what we're seeing inside of these buildings in real time, but what's going on outside? And we think of climate change, right? We really it's a huge problem and requires big partners to do this. So working with the Google Street View folks, we realized that was a really great opportunity to equip those vehicles to really explore and find out what's going on outside. Where are these emissions coming from? And that was really exciting.
So tell us how this works. What's going on here?
Yeah. So combining the Street View platform with our environmental sensors, we have a suite of sensors, right? It's incredibly flexible. So if we want to measure VOCs or ozone or carbon dioxide, all those things, we have reference grade equipment, which we've had heavily vetted by our partners at the EPA. So we have a cooperative research and development agreement with them to really help design the routes that these vehicles should go to cover the grid in spiral patterns or linear patterns or clover leaf sometimes around street intersections. You'll go back and forth to really map that out. But we also have low-cost sensors that are combined with those high-grade reference equipment. So our hope is really to make this information as accessible as the weather. So what if you could check to see which playground you should send your kids to go play in based on what we've been able to predict and essentially on the street-by-street level. I think that's a really exciting endeavor that we're just chipping the surface at right now.
Yeah, that's great. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. It's really great to hear about the work you're doing at Acoma. Ruben Serzel, Chief Creative Officer, co-founder. Great to be with you here on the Google Hangout.
Thank you.
I'm Jason Kelly of Bloomberg here at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. I've got a local leader with me here, Mayor Anibal Gaviria from Medellin, Colombia. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Jason, and welcome all of you here to Paris.
Yes.
Climate.
So what's the most interesting thing you've heard since you've been here in Paris about climate?
Well, I think the most interesting is the most common, and it's that climate change is a global challenge. It is very common, but it's the truth, and it's a challenge that all the world need to face together, and especially that the cities have a very important role in the face of the challenge.
As a mayor, how do you work on climate change in Medellin?
Well, Medellin is a very special city that is set in a very profound and narrow valley, and we are working in conserve that valley. In the past, like we all do in many cities in the world, we contaminate the river of the valley. We destroy the forest of the valley. Now we are recovering that river. We are recovering the other streams that go to the river, the mountains, because we need to give life to our city. We are working in the concept of cities for life, because we think that in the past 100 years we are not doing cities for life. We are doing cities for buy, for sell, cities for work, and many other things. Cities for cars, not for persons. And now we are changing that, and we are leading the concept of cities for life, for the persons, for the human, not for another priorities the past, but not priorities in the future. This is the most important way to prevent climate change, to work for cities for life.
And what are the most important things you hear from citizens, from the people? What do they want in terms of their lifestyle? Fewer cars, more parks? What are the things that they want the most, the people?
I think that the people want space to be together, space to be equal, to don't have difference between one person and another. That's why we are working in public space, in very high quality public space. The best places in our city needs to be places, public places, and public for the people, space for the equality. That spaces are parks, are the river, are the public universities, public libraries, and these spaces are not only to conserve the world, to prevent climate change, but to have more pacific societies. And that spaces in Medellin are doing a very deep change, because our city 20 years ago was the most violent city in the world, and now we are a city that are facing hope and are facing life.
And are you seeing commitment from businesses toward the environment in Medellin? Are the business owners and the corporations supporting these efforts?
Of course. One important thing in Medellin is that public institutions are working together with private sector, with the universities, with the people, and this is a very strong link between the society in Medellin. If you work separately, you don't have the best results. Now we have many fronts of work that are facing this challenge together. It's simple, but it's revolutionary if you work all the society together in the face of that common challenge.
Mayor Anibal Gaviria from Medellin, thank you so much for being with us here at the Google Hangout. Enjoy your time in Paris and good luck with your efforts. I'm Jason Kelly. Thank you for joining us here at the Google Hangout.
I'm Jason Kelly with Bloomberg here at the Google Hangout. We're at the Climate Summit for local leaders. I've got Knut Heckfischer, co-founder of Ubicity.
It's really, really hard to spell. It's about
Say it.
ubiquitous electricity.
Yes.
It's ubitricity.
Ubitricity. So you brought some props. I'm excited to hear about it. We were talking a little bit, and part of this is about really changing the way we think about charging, right? And
Exactly.
using an analogy or a metaphor that we're very familiar with, which is our mobile devices. So tell me what you're doing.
Yeah, we bring down costs for charging infrastructure dramatically by using telco logics, telco electronics, mobile electronics, as you see here.
Yeah.
So the way we think about electricity for EV is really the way others think about data for digital. But first of all, let me say, if you want to bring EV to the road, you have to bring charging infrastructure, and charging infrastructure is a cost problem.
Right.
Charging infrastructure means electricity against payment, and that somehow you have to organize. And if you think and are aware of how you access data wherever you are, that you have a smart mobile device accessing the data wherever you are with your device, why can't you access electricity with a smart mobile device just in the very same way? And so that's what we've done. We've built a mobile smart meter. It's integrated in a standard charging cable. It brings internet connectivity, it brings your utility tariff, and then you can charge wherever you like at much, much lower infrastructure cost. It gets so simple and so small that you can even charge from a street light on the roadside.
No kidding. So just so I understand, so this one end plugs into
the street light.
The other plugs into the car.
Yeah.
And you just go.
There you go.
And how do you find the access points, or they're just everywhere?
Well, the system has been designed to have a technological solution for the cost problem. For the first time, it gets affordable to become ubiquitous as charging infrastructure.
Okay.
So once you get the intelligence and all the service costs off the wall, like shifting from stationary internet to mobile internet and putting Wi-Fi on the streetlight, we just pull a simple coupler to the streetlight, and you bring the intelligence along. And then it's much, much simpler to access everywhere. That's what we make affordable. And in Berlin, we have some dozens of streetlights that are equipped with a little socket, and now you can bring your own electricity.
Right. So I want to go back a step, because you're a lawyer by training.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You were doing M&A deals. Like how did you make the jump from that to this?
Well, I think maybe the jump. Yeah, if you look at my family, the lawyer was quite the jump. So the others are physicists, right?
Interesting.
And then after 10 years of work in used law firms, actually, I met Frank, the co-founder, and he had the spirit from the valley. And so we thought, well, before someone else finds out how clever this idea, we found it clever. Sorry, was let's give it a try. And it's about a lot about regulation and business process, right? So if you ask a utility guy whether this is feasible or doable regulatory-wise, mobile meters, they'd say, no, I don't think so. But it's just allowed, and it just works, and it's up and running, and eventually it was passion about renewables.
Yeah. So when you think about kind of where we are culturally when it comes to electric cars, where are we? I mean, how and what will it take for real broad acceptance?
Who is we, right? I just spoke to someone from Palo Alto. That's a different we from where we are in Germany.
Yes.
Right? Germany has learned something about diesel recently, so that will be a great push. I think California is really leading there. China, by the way, is preparing to move on. But by now, talking with industries, telco, utility, tech, and auto, last but not least, it's clearly that this is going to be the future. But it's going to be an intelligent future. These cars will be intelligently connected to networks, will be aggregated batteries. Yeah, we will harness the sun, we will harness the wind, and actually we are pretty optimistic about the technological impact. So the EV actually can be part of the solution, transform the transport sector, and at the same time play a role for the distributed future with photovoltaics and wind.
So at a gathering like this, and at generally the COP21 here. What are you hearing that gets you the most excited about either renewables or climate change or the general sort of mood around where we are?
Well, I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist and pragmatic. I think the awareness has come to a level where we exit the stage of denial. Really, maybe it sounds a bit pessimistic, but that it's not more than this, I think. But finally, at least, the awareness is there that things got to change. And maybe the good news for optimists is that the technology that is around now, with storage, with Teslas driving amazing batteries that can be grid connected. German EVs also exist, yeah, but in less numbers. That gives a lot room for maneuver. Mm-hmm. So let's hope.
Let's hope. Let's hope. Knut Heckfischer, Ubitricity co-founder, it's great to be with you. Thank you for telling us a little bit about what you're doing. I'm Jason Kelly. You've been watching us here at the Google Hangout, the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. I'm Jason Kelly here at the Summit for Local Leaders, talking about climate with Deborah Lair, Senior Fellow at the Paulson Institute. Lovely to see you.
Oh, great, it's a pleasure to be here.
How has it been today? You convened a group, really impressive group of Chinese mayors to talk about what's going on there. Give us the top line. What were you guys talking about?
Actually, we had a great group of Chinese mayors coming from both major cities and small towns. And the major top line is action. They are determined that they are going to be one of the leading countries in the fight against climate change, and that it's not just about talk, it's about action. And so the mayors today shared with us in very specific detail a lot of the plans that they intend to implement.
Well, and you talk about specific actions, and you guys are all over this from some very, interesting ways and angles. And it does seem like you are really kind of focusing in some ways on the mayors as prime actors in this. Why is that?
We believe very strongly, like the theme of this summit, that mayors are on the front line. And they have tremendous ability to both help drive policy and drive policy change, but they're on the front lines for implementing that policy. And so whether it's approval of buildings or where a road is going to be or how they're developing a public-private partnership for funding these projects, the mayors are the ones with the responsibility to really make this happen.
And what do you see as when you hear from mayors, what is their biggest challenge when it comes to climate? I mean, is it transportation? Is it public space? Like where are they feeling the most pain, I guess?
Well, I think it's a couple of different things. One is, how do they get people to change their behavior? How do you get them, for example, to start recycling? You can demand it as a policy, but it's very hard to get behavior to change. And another one of the key challenges is awareness. And the mayors themselves are responsible for so many things. How do you build awareness? And this is one thing that the Paulson Institute focuses on, is training mayors in sustainability so they know the latest practices. And the third challenge that they have is financing. How can they afford to pay for these things, even if they're aware, even if they have the political will, they may not have the money.
And to that point, to the financing point, you have a green building fund?
Yes.
I understand that you raised. Tell us about that.
In the lead up to President Xi's visit, the Paulson Institute, along with the Chinese government, announced the creation of a green buildings fund. And the idea is to bring the best of American technology to play in China in helping reduce carbon in buildings, because carbon accounts for about 40% of global greenhouse emissions, and China is going to be, for the foreseeable future, the world's construction company. So if we can get the buildings in China right, we can have a significant impact on climate change. And so our goal is to help finance that.
We talked a lot about mayors. We're obviously talking a lot about mayors today at this summit, but key actors also in this are corporate leaders and specifically CEOs. You guys have done some work, again, sort of bridging the US or global businesses and Chinese businesses. Talk about the CEO's role in sort of pulling all this together.
Well, clearly, Mr. Paulson, who's our chairman, has a background as a great entrepreneur and as a leader of Goldman Sachs.
And something of a Rolodex.
And something, yes, exactly. And we have a terrific group of US and Chinese companies. I mean, well-known names, everything from an Alibaba to China State Construction, which is the largest construction company in the world, to Dow and Honeywell, Apple, Walmart, and others who are significant players when it comes to sustainability. And we thought if we could bring them together to develop innovative ideas as a team and look at joint projects, that the business community could play a really important role, both in terms of action, but in terms of policy recommendations and changes that we were looking to bring about in China.
So instead of going back to Washington, you told me you're going on to China from
Yes.
here. What's the sort of biggest learning, I guess, that you'll take on this mission, as it were, from this summit today, either from your interaction with the Chinese mayors or from the broader gathering here?
Well, one of the mayors that we're working very closely with in development of our green fund is actually here. It's a female mayor, the only one who is speaking today, the mayor of Zhenjiang in Jiangsu province. And she is testing out some very innovative ideas to look at climate change holistically, what it means both in terms of policy change, economic growth, development of sustainable practices, and also healthcare, because ultimately it's about, as she sees it, the citizens in her city. And so that really is the part of the message that we're taking when we go back to China, is how can we as the Paulson Institute help create some of the resources to help these mayors succeed.
Great. Deborah Lair, Senior Fellow, Paulson Institute, thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for all your work today. Good luck on your trip.
Thank you.
See you again.
Pleasure to be here.
I'm Jason Kelly here at the Google Hangout with Deborah Lair. Thanks for joining us.
Right.
Jason Kelly with Bloomberg here at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. Here we have it, and I'm here with Kate Branch, the lead for sustainability for Google. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
This is really fun to be talking with lots of different people. Huge amount to talk about at Google around this. I want to go sort of on the news, as they say. Big announcement from you guys yesterday. Tell us about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So going into yesterday, we were already the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy in the world. But we were able to announce yesterday that we've actually doubled that amount. So we announced 6 new projects around the world, from Oklahoma to Sweden to Chile. These are renewable power purchases of solar and wind that are going to be powering our data centers around the world. That's the equivalent of taking 1 million cars off the road or powering 2 million homes here in Europe. So it's really significant commitment to renewable energy, and we really wanted to announce that in the context of the COP.
So you've been out at Le Bourget where the COP is happening. It's a massive complex. I mean, there's so much going on. As you look around, having so much experience in this area, what jumped out at you as either key themes or surprises that you would want to share?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for us, we're a corporate sponsor of the COP, and we really wanted to do that because we see the voice of business as being really critical in driving towards a positive outcome here. We believe a positive outcome is critical. The science is clear. We need to act now. And so I think the voice of business has been really strong. We're one of the signatories of the American Businesses Act on Climate Pledge, which is the pledge the White House has put out to U.S. businesses. And so I think that voice is really breaking through in a way that I don't think we've seen at other climate negotiations.
So you mentioned the role of business. You are relatively new or newly back to the business sector. You worked in the White House. Talk about that transition from the public sector to the private sector and the ability to kind of work across those areas and what you've seen in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. So in my previous role, I was the Chief Sustainability Officer for the federal government. And I spent a lot of time working with counterparts in business, working with chief sustainability officers, and really trying to drive action and leading by example in the way we ran the federal government, but also in the way that corporations ran their operations. And so it's been really fun for me to come over to the other side to a company like Google, where we've been committed to sustainability for a very long time. It's really baked into our DNA. We've been a carbon neutral company since 2007. We made this commitment to go 100% renewable long before anyone else did. So it's been great to be on the corporate side and to really be at this time when corporate voices are, I think, driving a lot of action.
So you mentioned Google has long been committed to this, and I'd be interested to hear, especially from your former White House perspective, what do you see that it takes to sort of tip a company into that? Google, it's baked into the DNA. Other companies, not so much. Is there a consistent thing that needs to happen, or a consistent message, or a moment that has to happen for a company to convince them of this?
So I think for us, it's been that it actually makes business sense for us, in addition to being the right thing to do. And that's really a message we've been trying to bring here at the COP. For example, we've been driving energy efficiency in our data centers for the last 10 years. And we both get to pass that on to our customers. We did this great case study with the General Services Administration, one of the federal agencies I used to work with. They were able to reduce emissions by switching to Gmail by 90%. And that's one of the services we offer to our customers and our users by coming on with us and using our efficient cloud. But also, we've saved $1 billion as a company through those activities. And similarly with our renewable power buying, it's not only driving new renewable energy onto the grid, but it's actually a great business decision for us. It gives us price certainty, and it gives us fuel mix, which we like. So it's been, I think, when you can find that win-win where it's a good business decision and it's the right thing to do, I think that's where the action happens.
Right. Clearly a theme of today is the local leaders and sort of their activities around these issues, especially given the announcement yesterday where presumably you had to work with local governments or you interact with local governments. How has the sort of local sort of feeling around this changed? Are you seeing more kind of state municipal leaders kind of picking this up around the world?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right, and I think for me, that's another major theme of this COP is seeing that local actor, the commitments we're having for mayors, is really exciting. And so for us, our data centers are key parts of the communities that they're in, and so by our operating in a sustainable way, we work closely with our communities to make sure that we're doing that. So absolutely, we have really strong ties with the communities that we're in.
One thing that we've been talking about a lot today, it's sort of come up in several different contexts, is this sort of generational shift, as it were, to really thinking about these issues in a different way. You work for a very young company in many ways, and presumably you have a workforce that is kind of, this is embedded in their DNA,
Absolutely.
it seems. How dramatic is that, and is it something that now is just a way of life, and how do you sustain that, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, for me, coming to Google from government, that's what I was so impressed by. I'd worked with other companies where you really, there's some pulling teeth, and there's some real education that's required. Whereas at Google, it's kind of the going in position is, this is a part of our DNA, this is a part of our culture, it's the right thing to do, it's part of our business. So I think that gives companies a huge leg up if they have that culture. And I do think, the younger generations get it. It's what they've learned in school. Climate makes sense to them. And I think that's why we're starting to see change too, as people are coming into leadership roles that really get it. I think that's making a big difference too. I totally agree with you.
Great. Kate Branch, lead for sustainability for Google. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Really a pleasure to have you here in the Google Hangout. I'm Jason Kelly from Bloomberg. Great to be with you. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for joining us from Paris City Hall here in the heart of the French capital. I'm Matthew Campbell, Chief Business Correspondent at Bloomberg. Joining me from COP21, the United Nations Climate Summit, is Jules Kortenhorst, Chief Executive Officer of the Rocky Mountain Institute, very respected American environmental think tank with an enormous history in climate change and other environmental issues. We are here on the occasion of an event that is about cities, really. Today is the day for local leaders, mayors. We heard from Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris. We heard from Michael Bloomberg, my ultimate employer, and the former mayor of New York this morning, and about the importance of cities in climate change. It seems like this is something that has come to the climate change discussion relatively recently. We heard a lot about nation states, a lot about international organizations, but now it's all cities all the time. Can you talk about why that is, Jules?
I think there are probably three reasons why cities are suddenly such a big part of the conversation. First of all, if you look at the global trends, urbanization continues at an incredibly fast pace, particularly in developing countries. So more and more, well over 60% of global emissions is already concentrated in and around cities. So therefore, that's where the problem is, that's where we have to seek the solutions. Another reason why cities are important is the wonderful ability of mayors to get things done. The ability of the execution power of local governments to organize programs and implement programs that often exceeds the capabilities of national or federal governments. And then finally, if you start thinking about the solutions, so much of them are about what futures of the city will look like. Whether it is the way in which we design cities, the way in which we will accommodate new forms of mobility and urban transportation in and around cities, and then of course all the built environment, all the buildings that are such a large part of our emissions, but also such a large part of the solution. So it is where the people live, it is where the execution power sits and where we can find the solutions.
Now, what you mentioned about the built environment, I think is very interesting, because sometimes there is this perception that the way to live with a small environmental footprint, the way to live in harmony with nature is out on some farm somewhere, at one with the trees and the grass and everything else. But actually, as people in positions like yours know, the most sustainable place we could all live is in very dense urban areas where there are energy efficient large buildings, public transportation, walking, things like that. Is that something that's difficult to convince people, particularly in the US?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at the way in which urbanization and land use has emerged in the United States, it's very spread out. In the US, we all like our suburban home with a little bit of a garden around it, and we put up with this horrible commute to get us to the place where we want to work or where we want to recreate or where the rest of life takes place. So you're absolutely right that the urban design of the future is dense, is less reliant on transportation, and uses buildings not by definition as a use of energy, but as a sort of prosumer, producer and consumer of energy, as a balancing part of the electricity grid, and as a very smart tool for an efficient city. So that's a very different way of looking at urbanization than we've done historically in the US.
And you have to change the mentality a little bit. You know, when you tell people the greenest place in America is Manhattan,
yeah,
they probably don't quite believe you.
I think that's true. On the other hand, I'd say that the younger generation is very quick to pick up on that. If I look at my children who are in their late 19s, early 20s, they think of the cities as the cool places to live. They don't necessarily need a car. They don't want a car. It's not practical in the city. They are comfortable with the bike share and ride share, and they look at mobility and living in a city in a very different way than we historically did in suburban America.
Now, we're here in Paris, of course, with an enormous spectrum of officials, business people, non-governmental organizations. There is a real air of optimism that we will have some kind of deal that really does move the ball forward on climate change. What are you most encouraged by this week, and what are you most discouraged by?
So there are many things that are heading in the right direction that give me hope that we'll have a good and, above all, an ambitious deal by the end of next week. First of all, the role that business is playing here at the COP. In Copenhagen, governments were taking the lead and business was sort of hedging their bets and uncertain about following. Here, businesses are clearly leading and governments are trying to keep up. The second thing that gives me courage is the idea that so much of the action is now happening in emerging and developing countries. People, particularly in the United States, find it hard to believe how fast China is changing its economy to a sustainable pathway. When I tell people that China installed more solar last year than the United States over the course of history since inventing solar power, that's an amazing statistic that makes you realize that developing countries are now very much part of the solution. And then the third thing, I think that when we went into COP Copenhagen, there was this idea that solving climate change was addressing a really big problem. And now I think that people also recognize, in addition, that it is creating a huge opportunity, which gets us back to the business community that sees that the technologies of the future, the low carbon energy technology of the future, the energy efficiency technologies of the future, are going to create enormous wealth and opportunity for entrepreneurs and business leaders, so they're part of the answer now.
Well, and this is a fascinating theme, particularly for you, given Rocky Mountain Institute's links to what was called Natural Capitalism, a very influential book when it was first written, I think about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
At the time, it was seen as a bit heretical, this notion that we could make money by making the world greener. Is that now almost a mainstream position?
I would think so. It's quite remarkable how the founding father of Rocky Mountain Institute, Amory Lovins, has consistently over the years been a prophet ahead of his times. And you're right, when he first published the Natural Capitalism book together with Paul Hawken, it was seen like something
that weird.
You can't sort of mix the green and this environmentally conscious with the desire to make money. I think now many companies are great illustrations of the fact that the future is in a sustainable, low carbon, circular business model, and that the future is really on the side of those that are quickly transitioning to that model and making it harder and harder for those who lag behind. So that is in some ways a hereditary view of 20 years ago that now has become the mainstream.
Indeed. Well, I think we're going to leave it there. So thank you very much for watching, and thank you to Jules for his contributions. And we will have much more from you here this afternoon from Paris City Hall. Thanks for watching. Hello again from Paris City Hall on the Rue de Rivoli in the heart of Paris. I'm Matthew Campbell, Chief Business Correspondent at Bloomberg. I'm here at the COP21 Climate Summit with Patrick Glugman, Deputy Mayor of the City of Paris, one of the organizers of this amazing event today that has brought together something like 600 mayors, is that the correct figure, from around the world?
More or less between 500 and 600 mayors.
500 and 600 mayors from cities large and small all over the world. I'd be interested to know how this idea came about and why it was seen as so important that Paris, a city, organize other cities in this effort to contain climate change.
As you know, you have a COP meeting every year, and for a long time now, cities want to showcase what they're doing on climate because mayors know that cities are the greatest place for emissions, but also for solutions. But so far, this went on as state negotiations under the frame and the umbrella of the United Nations. And at a certain moment, to reach an agreement, to reach goals and results, UN turned to cities. And so the ambition of the mayor to convene all mayors of the world during the COP to speak about climate, to voice up, reached the forecast of the UN. And that's how we came to the point of this historical meeting.
And it's an interesting trend, and it is beyond just climate, of course, of cities reaching out independent of their national governments to do more together.
I wouldn't say independence.
In
I would
conjunction,
say complementary.
Yeah.
It's in addition to. And now we are like co-producing the future. States, cities, local governments, but in a very peaceful way. It's not one against the others. And cities, as you can see, are really united. We make very few differences, north, south.
The issues tend to be very similar.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And we have no competition between cities. That's why it works so well between mayors, because they deal the same kind of problems, they're facing the same challenges, and they're not in competition one with the other. So they're normally pretty good friends.
And do you think it helps that urban issues tend to not really be ideological? You know, there is an old phrase that there's no right-wing or left-wing way to pick up the garbage. These are very practical problems.
Exactly. A mayor, before being from the left or from the center or from the right, he has to be pragmatic. And your example with the garbage is really clever. So, because it's a mayor, and you have a lot of places around the world where mayors do not belong to, I would say, national parties.
Right.
That's the reason why. But they get along so well because, again, they're facing same problems, so they like to talk, to exchange, to chat, and it's very specific in international relations.
Do you think that when it comes to the subject of climate in particular, that Paris has a lot to teach other cities? I know there have been many efforts here to reduce the carbon footprint of Paris.
As many other cities, we have a lot to teach and a lot to learn. Of course, on clean transportation, we did a lot with our bicycle system, with our electric car sharing system.
Which was the first in the world, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was built for the city of Paris. And the mayor announced that she would prohibit diesel fuel by 2020, so we've been proactive. But in other fields, we have a lot to learn from other cities on solar energy, on waste management, on the water supply. So we are teaching, learning. That's how it goes between cities.
And you will be here, I'm sure, for the duration of the climate summit this week.
Of course.
What are you most encouraged by?
Well, I'll be here after the summit.
After the summit as well. Yes, you have nowhere to go. Yeah. What are you most encouraged by from what you have seen so far here? What do you think is the most optimistic signal from these gatherings here in Paris that you've observed?
Well, so far, the most optimistic sign is that we, as mayors, we are recognized by the United Nations. UN General Secretary will be here later on today, and tomorrow, during the action day of the COP, the mayors will give him the result of their work. Common declaration, very ambitious. So you can see that there's a kind of exchange, very natural but very exceptional, between the COP and the COP of the cities.
Okay, well, I think we are out of time, so I'd like to thank you very much,
Thank you so
Patrick,
much.
for your time, and
Thank you.
stay tuned for more here from Paris City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you. Hello from Paris City Hall. I'm Matthew Campbell, Chief Business Correspondent at Bloomberg. I have with me Martin Hasey, the Lord Mayor of Adelaide, fifth largest city in Australia, capital of the state of South Australia, and a city and state that has been doing a great deal on renewable energy. You told me just a moment ago, South Australia is now at 41% renewables in its energy mix, which is a pretty astonishing figure, actually, and looking to do more. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Matt, thank you, and it's wonderful to be here at Paris and the COP21. South Australia actually has some profound runs on the board. when it comes to energy efficiency, policy and sustainability. Yes, the state is at 41% renewable energy, primarily wind and solar, and we're looking to do more. The City of Adelaide, of which I am the Lord Mayor, is, as of only 3 weeks ago, now has an openly stated goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2025. And the Premier of South Australia, Jay Weatherill, last week came out and announced that he'd like to see the state of South Australia, which is a very large landmass, achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We've got some shared goals, and I take some great pride in saying that we are achieving some very solid results.
Now, I'm interested in this theme of working together with your state government, because certainly in the US, there are these legendary conflicts between Chicago and Illinois, or New York City and New York State, going back years and years and years. You seem to have avoided that pitfall. How have you managed to do that, and what lessons do you think there might be for other cities and the regions to which they belong?
The pivotal turning point for us, Matt, was in March this year, when, on behalf of the City of Adelaide, I signed the Compact of Mayors. We were one of the first 100 cities to do so. At exactly the same time, the state signed the Compact of States and Regions. So we in Australia were the first state or territory to effectively to co-sign two UN instruments around climate change.
In an aligned way.
In an aligned way. And I think in many ways that was a tipping point for our city and tipping point for our state. I'm a firm believer that in matters such as climate, adaptation, sustainability, that we need to rise above the politics of the day. This matter, of course, is larger than us individually. That's precisely what we're doing. We now craft policy. We fund incentives for our commercial and our residential ratepayers together with the state and with the city. We have a very strong working relationship with the Minister for the Environment, Ian Hunter. I have a very strong relationship with the Premier of South Australia, Jay Weatherill. We have shared goals, and truth be told, that is the only way we are going to achieve them. If that we work together to achieve what is arguably the greatest challenge of our time, we will be able to make solid progress. And certainly in 2015, that conversation has accelerated. We are making regular announcements around tangible outcomes, with many more to come. But we certainly are heading in a very sustainable way and on good stead.
And South Australia and Adelaide have managed to make this progress in the context of a national environment in Australia that has been certainly challenging around climate change. You know, large coal exporter, certainly the Prime Minister until recently was not a fan of gatherings like this. How did that make your job more difficult, and how were you able to overcome that?
The national conversation in Australia, I would suggest in recent months, is changing. It's changing relatively rapidly. We have always worked at a local level, very closely with our residential rate base. We've worked very closely with our commercial rate base around the benefits of energy efficiency, whether that's a cost-saving discussion or whether that's an environmental discussion. In many ways, it's the same discussion.
In a hot, dry place,
yes.
Of course.
And we are unique in as far as our wonderful city is surrounded by almost 1,000 hectares of parks. And so South Australians, I think, understand climate. I think they understand greening. I think they understand sustainability. That's why in the last decade we've adopted renewables at such a profound rate compared to any other state or territory. So we certainly have a very strong working relationship between the city and the state government. Now what's changed positively is that we have a Minister for Cities. Minister Jamie Briggs in Canberra is the Federal Minister for Cities. Australia has never had a Federal Minister for Cities before. And again, that's quite pivotal. So we can now have conversations with the Minister and directly with the Prime Minister with regard to what South Australia is doing and how we can share that goal together.
Well, we have to end it there, but I'd like to thank Martin Hasey, Lord Mayor of Adelaide, very much for his participation, and we will be back to you with more soon here from Paris City Hall. Hi there, Matthew Campbell, coming to you from Paris City Hall at the Paris Climate Summit, COP21, as it is otherwise known. I'm here with Ali Zaidi from the White House Office of Management and Budget, where he works on issues of sustainability, of climate, in what is certainly a very difficult environment. The US, though, has been on the front foot very much here from President Obama on down. Can you tell us a little bit more about the strength of that commitment and how it works in an environment where Congress doesn't seem to want a climate deal?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I think the president, for him, this is a personal issue. It's something that he feels very strongly about. It's about the sort of country and world he wants to leave his kids. So that's where the commitment comes from. The way that commitment's translated has been a series of executive actions that the president has taken that total up to 6 billion tons of GHG abatement through 2030. So we've got an ambitious plan ahead, and it does a lot of work. And that's the footing that we sort of show up to Paris on, alongside more than 180 nations who have made commitments. So we're very excited about that. We're looking for an ambitious framework for GHG reduction over the long term, for transparency and accountability, and for being able to mobilize the sort of capital that's needed for adaptation and low carbon development from a broad base of private and public actors around the world.
Do you think the private sector in the United States is picking up the slack in some ways of what we haven't seen in terms of legislation? There are an awful lot of big companies here, many of them American, making quite serious commitments. Monsanto saying they're going to go carbon neutral, a company that many environmentalists don't particularly like, but nonetheless making these very bold pledges, lots of others as well.
Yeah. I think the private sector and the government actually have worked really well together. In addition to working closely with local and state governments, the investment that we made at the beginning of the administration, which was the largest clean energy investment in history, mobilized tens of billions of dollars of capital into clean energy. We had more than 100,000 clean energy projects funded. That was that was in partnership with the private sector. That was a lot of private capital moving in. And the investment we've made in R&D, I think, is what enables a lot of the ambition and stepping up by the private sector. You've seen solar be deployed 30-fold increase since the president took office, and that's because we've partnered with the private sector, with research, with scientists, with academics to drive down the price of solar through R&D. And that was actually a big announcement the president made when he was here earlier in the week with Bill Gates, with 19 other countries, that we're going to double our clean energy investment.
And when it comes to the relationship with cities, it's a very interesting discussion, particularly in the U.S. Something of a fraught relationship in the American psyche with cities over the years. There are not direct links between cities and the federal government in the U.S. in the way there are in some countries. Is that a harder conversation to have in the U.S. than in Denmark or France?
No, I think we've done a great job of working with mayors. In fact, the president made a call in August to mayors across the country to sign up for the Mayor's Compact, the Climate Compact. And we had 115 U.S. mayors sign up for it. We've been able to, I think, break through the silos of how government's been run. For example, the White House launched a couple of years ago the Climate Action Champions, 16 communities that represent geographic, economic diversity, taking climate action, moving us forward. So I think we've moved past some of the old ways of doing business and moved into a place where we can be cooperative and really, I think, over comply and go way beyond what's been the tradition sort of baseline case.
And how do you make sure that these frameworks, these measures, these reductions are not reversed under a future either presidential administration, future in Congress? How do you future-proof them?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you can do to future-proof them, and cities are a great example of this, is by getting climate action and economic growth to point in the same direction. The compass today, I think, points in the same direction for both of those things, and it's because of investments in R&D. It's because of the regulatory steps that we've taken to put, standards on pollution for the first time from power plants, double the fuel efficiency of cars. When you do stuff like that, it sends a signal to the private sector that this is the way that the economy is going to grow in the future. And I think there's no real turning back from that, because that's creating jobs and it's improving lifestyles, quality of life around the country and around the world. And I think people get that. That's not something you easily reverse.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, Ali. We'll be back very soon with more here on this Google Hangout from Paris City Hall at COP21. Thank you very much.
I'm Jason Kelly with Bloomberg here at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. With me, Michael Berkowitz, president of 100 Resilient Cities. Welcome, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, it's great to be here.
Big time here in Paris. You guys had a really interesting announcement this week. I want you to tell me a little bit about this pledge that you got from pretty big cities.
Yeah, so we began to think about how cities could really examine their own budgets and look for ways that they could build resilience with the money they're already spending. Cities spend a lot of money as it is. And so rather than, there's a big story about how we can get more money. And of course, more money is needed, and cities will need to get financing and funding from both private and public sector sources. But we began to ask ourselves, how could cities really look at their budgets now and examine them for ways to build resilience? And so what we came up with was a 10% pledge. Cities would pledge the equivalent of 10% of their existing spending towards resilience. And because we define resilience in such a broad way, it's about building better infrastructure, it's about building more community cohesiveness, it's about taking care of the natural environment, it's about better emergency response and public health, all of those things. Cities had a pretty easy time doing it. But what it did allow us to do is to really connect the people who were thinking about resilience with the people who were thinking about budget, and I think that's really critical.
Yeah, and you were able to sign up some pretty big name cities, this one, Paris, Mexico City, New Orleans, if I'm not mistaken, Pittsburgh.
That's right.
What are the common threads, I guess? Because those are, obviously all big cities, but presumably have different problems and challenges and opportunities, I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, cities in some ways are very different, and the local nuance is important in all cities. But you start to see some themes, and of course, so many cities struggle with water. Either too much water or too little water or both. I mean, our one of our cities, Amman, Jordan, they got like 44 millimeters of rain in a very short period of time. It flooded the city, and then it was gone. And it's a city that actually struggles with water shortages. So for cities to figure out how they can better live with water, how they can better harvest the water, keep it local, those are some of the common threads that you're seeing, whether it's Mexico City or New Orleans or Paris for that matter.
So what's next for this pledge? Sign more up? Where does it go from here?
Yeah, so we got 22 cities, and we had a pretty hard deadline because we wanted to use the momentum and the energy associated with the COP. We had 22 cities for a pledge of a little bit over $6 billion US, which is quite a mobilization. But we're going to expand it, and we hope all 100 of our cities ultimately will be able to at least commit 10% of their budget to resilience. I had to tell you, when we were putting it together, one of our closest mayors, Mitchell Andrew, actually challenged us to go higher. He said, if I'm doing this right, 10% should be a baseline.
Interesting.
This should really be much, much higher than that. And I think we agree with him. And that might be another direction, not just getting more cities, but actually increasing that scrutiny of spending. So it's not just 10%, but maybe 50%.
Yeah. Well, I can't let you go without asking you, as a guy who's been around this issue and a lot of these issues of resilience and climate change for some time. You worked at a very senior level in New York City around emergency preparedness, which obviously is the place, to really understand those sorts of things. Here at the COP, this is a big one, COP21.
Yeah. What
is your major takeaway, at least so far, a week or so in?
I've been impressed by how integrated cities are viewing their challenges. So I'll give you an example. When Paris applied to our program, they did so on the back of an environmental agenda, and this was in 2014. So they talked about urban flooding, heat island effects, and air pollution. And then, of course, 2015 came, and you had the attacks of Charlie Hebdo and, of course, the tragic events of 3 weeks ago. And all of a sudden, there's an opportunity to have a much broader discussion about what it means to be French and Parisian and how we integrate new immigrants and refugees and all of those things. And what's been interesting is seeing those, resilience thinking tries to see those two conversations linked. It's about the densification of Paris, so you don't push all the new immigrants to the suburbs and the exurbs. It's about sustainable transportation linking jobs and new housing. It's about green spaces and parks that both catch flood and rainwater, but also serve as places for people to meet and integrate. It's all of those things together. And if we can have those conversations at the same time, we can definitely make our cities stronger.
Michael Berkowitz, always great to be with you. President of 100 Resilient Cities, great to be with you here in the Google Hangout. Thanks.
Great, thanks.
Good afternoon from Paris City Hall here on the banks of the Seine. I'm Matthew Campbell, Chief Business Correspondent at Bloomberg. I have with me the mayors of two American cities, two very different American cities, Jerry Moyo from West Palm Beach, Florida, and Matthew Applebaum of Boulder, Colorado. As we were just discussing before the camera started rolling, 13 feet above sea level, 5,500 feet above sea level. Very different challenges or very different settings, but actually quite similar views on climate change. Can you tell me a little bit about that, Jerry?
Well, it's important for us as a city to take leadership, make sure that our residents are planning and thinking about climate change, and that we as a city government are planning and thinking about climate change and what we need to do to make sure that our city is resilient, that we are able to deal with sea level rise, that we're able to deal with changing climate. So we believe strongly that cities are where it's at, and that we're the people who are getting things done, and particularly in this arena.
And do national governments have much to contribute here? I mean, in the U.S. context, it's been a very mixed record, of course.
It's been a mixed record, absolutely. National governments could do an enormous amount. Not to take anything away from cities, because I think what all of us in cities are doing is fabulous. It needs to be done. It creates the foundation on which everything else sits. But you think about what national governments could do, a carbon tax that would change the whole game immediately. It would open up all these doors to competitiveness and choice, and really kind of unleash the innovation economy that we're so well known for. And yet we cannot get things like that done. And frankly, the national governments and state governments also often get in the way, probably more so in Florida, as you would know, of what cities are trying to do, because they just don't want to go down that path for various reasons. They're either protecting the entrenched interest in some way, in our case, utilities that we're trying to work around as we try to decarbonize our energy systems, or it's just very slow, or they're a little afraid of getting involved in these new, this kind of new world, this new energy environment that's unfolding before our very eyes.
Or they've taken direct action to take the ability of cities to regulate some of that. For example, I wanted to ban plastic bags in our city, and I can't do that because the state has preempted my ability to do that. So those are some of the challenges we have when state and federal government aren't supportive of us.
And what does it take? I mean, this is a question I've asked some business leaders who are on the climate change bandwagon, if you like, or who are here. What does it take to convince the holdouts? In politics, will it require, Miami being under 6 feet of water?
I think probably for some people. There are so many people who are still denying the science that it's just astounding to me, actually. We respond to catastrophes, unfortunately. We don't plan ahead. We're not being thoughtful about what we're going to be like in 2030 or 2050. We end up responding to catastrophes.
If I could add on to that, I mean, I think, we can make the environmental arguments all day long, and obviously we believe that they're accurate, and there are going to be some huge consequences for society worldwide. It won't just be a few extra hurricanes or storms. It will be sea level rise displacing 7 million people in Southeast Florida and 100 million people in Bangladesh. But I think really who you have to convince, kind of up your alley, is the business community. I mean, the financial markets are figuring this out actually in many ways before the politicians are. You talk to the reinsurance companies, you talk to folks who have to deal with this.
Those who see it on the bottom line.
Yeah, those who see it on the bottom line, and they realize what the implication is going to be from them. And you could say, well, it's self-serving, fine. If it gets us where we need to get to, that's a good thing. As I think they start looking at the implications, which are not just environmental, but there's massive implications in the financial markets, the economic systems. If anything is going to change some of the conversation, especially, frankly, in the Republican Party, it's going to have to come from people like that.
And when you hear senators, as we just did a few moments ago here, we had 10 senators, all Democrats, certainly talking a very big game about the ability of the United States to stick to the commitments that were made here by President Obama earlier this week. Should we believe that? I mean, can international partners take the word of the U.S. on these reductions? Will they happen?
Well, I'll just respond briefly to that. Over 100 of us have signed on to the Compact of Mayors, and I think it's going to take cities to do what they need to do to make us be able to live up to our promise.
Well, I think the answer is a cautious yes, a hopeful yes. You know, presidents have a certain level of authority. He can't do a carbon tax, for instance, without Congress, as much as
there are executive
I wish he
actions
could.
that can be
There's a limit to executive actions, and you know, each election brings new outcomes. Obviously, the next election next year is absolutely critical. We could turn the clock back 100 years in 2016 if the citizens of the U.S. choose to do so. I do think the Obama administration, plus the Democrats in Congress, and maybe a few stray Republicans, can live up to the basic commitments, things like the Clean Power Plan. I mean, they're not the be-all, end-all, but they're steps along the way. Yeah. And I think each step not only helps in and of itself, but it also demonstrates you can accomplish something. And you can do it in ways that are productive and positive and don't have negative consequences. In fact, this would all have a very positive consequence for the economy if we just let it run its course.
Indeed. Well, on that very hopeful note, we will have to leave things there.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for both of your time, and we'll be back again here from Paris City Hall with more in just a few moments. I'm Matthew Campbell from Bloomberg. Thank you for watching.
I'm Seb Hembest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance. I'm here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. And joining me is Anne Hidalgo from the World Resources Institute, the head of cities. Annie, the Compact of Mayors is being announced as we speak. Mike Bloomberg is doing his thing. Tell us what it is, why it's so important.
I think as we speak, Mike is actually announcing this. I think Compact of Mayors is one of the most exciting things in cities that's happening. Compact of Mayors is a coalition of mayors that came together a year back to make a commitment to climate action. So the defining thing is actually mayors stepping up, promising, committing to make climate action, but that's not enough. They're making it measurable, and that's the key part. That's where we have worked with the Compact of Mayors, making the commitment measurable, so where they are today, where they will be, and finally taking actions on the commitments they're making. So it's a cycle of commitment, measurement, and action, and it's continuous so that we can have a better climate, more progressive, more ambitious climate action. The beauty of this, I think, is the transparency part of it. That they are committing to not only measure, but show what they're doing, inspiring other leaders to be part of it. And when we started a year back, this process, we didn't think today, I think when it was actually announced, there'll be more than 400 cities that have signed up to this. And together, we did a study on behalf of with our partners, the Compact Mayor, just measuring, what does it mean? So at that time, we started doing this in November, where the 360 cities have had signed up, and we just added up what their commitment would mean. And these 360 cities adds up to about 320 million people. About 2 gigatons of CO2 they produce every year. When they sign up the compact, about 0.5 gigaton, 1/4 of it will be committing to reduce. So this is a very significant action committed by major cities of the world.
And is it something that can scale up? I mean, we're talking about a set of actions at a city level, maybe beyond that at a provincial or a state level. Can that level of activity, not at the national level but lower, can that scale up to something really significant that can move the needle at the national level for some of these countries?
Absolutely, the scale up is the issue. And already when you see that 400 cities have signed up, we're already seeing the scale up. We are working together to figure, because the capacity is the issue, right? How cities actually do this action over and over again. There are 2,000 cities. So we are actually working together to put together a training module so that people can learn about it. There's an infographic that's available. So you want to make this information available, how to do the capacity available, and make it a little competitive so that the data is available, the cities are taking action. And the whole goal is that the national government will see this ambition that is coming from city that will inspire them to be more ambitious. Cities, just to point out, produce about 75% of greenhouse gases today. So if cities take concrete action, there's a significant step we are taking toward the global climate challenge.
And is that scale up, how much is it about politics as opposed to action? The actions that we might see at a local level, inspiring political action at a global level. In the US, there's a lot of stalemate at a national level. Is this going to help? I mean, is it going to move the needle politically as well as in terms of the actual programs that we might see at a national level?
Look, we all say, climate action is politics, right? There are 400 mayors in there as we speak. They are politicians. They are elected mayors. They are committing to take this action. There are United States mayors in there as we speak. So, of course, it's a political action, but we see ambition from political leaders who care about it and want to make change and making concrete commitments to go forward. So it's not divorced from politics, but elected mayors are making this commitment, so this should inspire us to overcome whatever political action we think is in case in different countries.
Anne Hidalgo, I think we are out of time. Thanks so much for joining us. That's been great.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Hi, I'm Seb Henvest from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders, and I'm joined by Assistant Secretary Evan Ryan from the US State Department, and we're here to talk about a very particular program, the Our Cities, Our Climate program.
Exactly.
Tell us all about it.
So we launched Our Cities, Our Climate this fall in partnership with Bloomberg Philanthropies, and we're very excited to be here in Paris because many of our participants from that exchange are actually joining us here at this summit. And the whole intent, after instructions, very, very strict instructions from Secretary Kerry, almost as soon as he arrived at the State Department, he placed a really large focus on climate change and what we could all do to help mitigate climate change. So all of us at the State Department looked at our programs and tried to figure out what the best ways we could address these issues. And so we were really fortunate to have a partner in Bloomberg Philanthropies, who, as we know, has a great deal of commitment. Bloomberg as special envoy and their philanthropies in general has a real special commitment to working on climate change issues. And so together, we decided the best way to work on this was to work with cities. Cities really deal with these issues day in and day out. Mayors, sustainability directors are directly responsible for addressing issues on climate change and trying to find ways to better their citizens' lives and at the same time help the planet.
So this is a program designed to share information.
Exactly.
And for people to learn from each other and
yes.
people who are responsible for sustainability
yes.
Within cities
exactly.
to share their experience
right,
and their understanding.
Right. So we decided to bring sustainability directors from 19 cities around the world to the US. We took them from San Francisco to Boston to Washington. And in each city, they had an opportunity to learn those cities' best practices on climate change.
And where do they come from, these
all
sustainability?
Globally, all over the world,
right,
really
right.
every region, and it was wonderful because then not only are we giving them the best practices that we have in the United States, but we're also giving them an opportunity to network with one another and share their own experiences and their own solutions with each other. And it's amazing to hear how they're all then going back, they're trying to implement things that they learned in the US, but also they're implementing things that they learned from one another from different corners of the globe.
And what do you think the US had to teach them in terms of some of the activities, best practices, the initiatives that are going on
right.
that they would have particularly learnt from?
Well, you know, it's interesting. Several of them even commented that they didn't have a clear understanding of how much the U.S. was actually doing in this space. We brought them to LEED Platinum certified buildings, talked a lot about sustainable development, talked about working with stakeholders and the private sector and the importance of making sure that city governments are linked to the private sector, real estate development, so that people are actually working together to address these issues and they're not siloed as government and separately private sector. So there was a lot that they were able to learn from the cities in the United States and from each other.
And what about the final sort of part of that learning matrix, which is the US learning from
yes.
these people coming in? Were there
absolutely.
any particular lessons or things that stood out as very valuable for the US in this program?
Absolutely, and we've heard this from our participants, but we've also heard this from the US cities. And I know that, for instance, the mayor of Yokohama, after the nuclear accident due to the earthquake, she discovered that it was best to really double down on thermal energy. And that was something that she spoke to participants about, but also the US cities, about what she's learned from investing in thermal energy and how that's helped them in Yokohama. And so that was something that she was able to bring and teach others. So there was a lot of sharing of information, and that's what we try to do in general with the principle of exchange, is realize that there are huge global challenges, climate change being right at the top, and the best way we can address those challenges is if we're able to work together, put all of our minds together. And that was really what was behind Our Cities, Our Climate.
And finally, all this happening at a city level, my big question is, can this affect in a meaningful way the very difficult politics and decisions that are having to be made at a national level? For example, if cities are coming together and can agree does that bleed into the main negotiations which are happening at a country level, or are we still a few cycles away from that really having an effect?
Well, that's another reason why we did decide to do this, is we believe the answer is yes, that cities are incredibly influential. Cities always tend to be the places that pilot new innovative projects. When you hear of things that are working in this space, whether it be green building, and all of that usually starts in cities. And that's where all of this grows. So innovation is really where cities are active, and so we knew that if we brought cities together, we would not only be able to learn the best of the best that's out there, but hopefully these mayors are able to go back and talk to their governments, their heads of state, and talk about what they've learned and talk about how valuable it was to work together.
Evan, Ryan, thank you so much. That's been really, really interesting. We'll have to leave it there. Good luck for the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Seb Hembest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for local leaders. And I'm joined by Mayor Gregor Robertson from Vancouver. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good to be with you.
Now, we've been talking all day about cities and what cities are doing, what they can achieve. What's your take on it?
Well, cities are taking action, there's no question. We've had many years of national leaders not making commitments, kind of dragging their feet on the important action to fight climate change, and then the next steps on adapting our world to a new and more challenging climate. In cities, we don't have a choice, we can't wait. So there's been a lot of action taken in Vancouver. We've set a goal to be the greenest city in the world by 2020. That has a 10 target, very clear goals and metrics that we measure, reducing our climate pollution, cleaning our air and water, producing more local food, getting more clean transportation happening, getting more people walking, biking, and taking transit. We've seen great success already in the first half of that plan, the first 5 years of it, and now we've set an additional goal to be 100% renewable energy by 2050. That's the next big stretch goal for us, and we're encouraging cities around the world to adopt that as a new target that we all strive to eliminate fossil fuels and clean up our cities.
In terms of, you talked about both mitigation in terms of reducing emissions, but also adaptation, preparing for changes that are down the track or on their way as a result of a changing climate.
Right.
What's the split? How do you decide what to focus on with such a long time horizon problem like climate change?
Well, it's not a long time horizon. We already have impacts of climate change all over the world. You see impacts on cities in particular, and that's something we've got to deal with right now. So we have to do everything that we can, everything humanly possible to reduce the amount of climate pollution that we're producing right now. So that's getting our emissions down, basically stopping the burning of fossil fuels, which we are entirely reliant on in most of the world right now. So we see the combination of actions being crucial. We have to respond to the current challenges we have. We have the ocean rising in Vancouver. That right now looks like about a $10 billion investment that's required to keep the ocean at bay for the next couple decades as the ocean rises. We have to reduce our pollution and emissions. That's something that we're measuring very clearly now, and there's accountability around the world with. Fantastic step that we're taking here in Paris to get everyone on the compact of mayors and one system of measuring how much pollution, carbon pollution. So we also have to prepare for the future that we don't know exactly what that'll look like. We have to build our green infrastructure to withstand more extreme weather, sea level rise, more heat. These are all challenges we project. We're already having to make those investments now.
How popular are these measures with the people of the city, with the citizenry? Are these popular things? Are they things you have to sell very hard to get the support?
Actually, they've been really popular. In Vancouver, I'm now in my third term as mayor, and this goal to be the greenest city in the world was at the center of my platform when I first ran for mayor in 2008. So it's been well supported by the city. We had about 35,000 people actually shape the Greenest City Action Plan. A lot of positive contributions made by citizens and businesses. Right now we have over 200 businesses signing a climate pledge to reduce their own emissions, track and reduce, and also to support a bold, comprehensive climate agreement here in Paris by national governments and support the city's 100% renewable goal. So we're seeing citizens and businesses at a local level very committed. They know we need to do this. I don't think we can do too much on climate change right now. I think if anything, we're not dealing with it nearly as significantly as we need to be, but we're starting to see momentum and shift, and that's an important thing. In this Paris Climate Summit, we're seeing a lot of awareness and a lot more engagement around taking this more seriously, making bigger, bolder commitments, and getting to the action steps.
And what you're doing, that is putting pressure, you think, on national governments, on those who are actually doing the sort of the rough and tumble end of the negotiations over these 2 weeks?
Definitely.
They're feeling the pressure?
Yeah, I say, well, in Canada, we just had a federal election, and we have a new government. Prime Minister Trudeau came in saying, we're going to take climate change seriously, we're going to fight against it. And I think a lot of his support and mandate across the country was because the previous government was not supportive of action on climate change. They were committed to oil and gas, economy, and they fought the climate negotiations that were taking place in Copenhagen, for example, and in the years hence. So we have, as a country, embraced a new leader nationally who is bringing together the cities and the provinces and the federal government to take serious action and make Canada a leader in the green economy, and doing our part to be responsible and help the other countries in the world that need more support to get through these changes.
Mayor Gregor Robertson, we're out of time. That's been fascinating. Thank you so much for stopping by and having a chat.
It's great to be here.
Lovely.
Thanks, eh?
Thanks a lot. I'm Seb Hembes from Bloomberg New Energy Finance here in Paris, COP21 at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. And I'm joined by two very special guests, Terry Tamminen, the co-founder of the R20 Regions of Climate Action, and Angel Xu, who's an associate professor of environmental studies at Yale NUS. Welcome both of you. And I believe you both have a special report that you're launching at COP. And we're going to talk about that today. So what have we got?
Well, I worked with Terry's group, R20, to produce this report, Scaling Up from Local to Global Climate Action. And what it does is it features 9 case studies around the world of where cities and subnational governments are actually exceeding national policy actions on climate change. So if you take the case of California, for example, California has adopted much more ambitious clean car standards than the national government in the United States. So we looked at what the contribution of California's policies would be if scaled to the national level. And we have other examples around the world, including China, India, Brazil, Germany, British Columbia and Canada, and also Algeria. And so when we aggregate all of this scaled up activity globally, what we find is that all of these subnational governments are contributing about 1 gigaton, so closing the 2020 emissions gap by about 1/10. So it's a huge contribution that subnational governments are making to global climate change mitigation.
And are there some programs in particular that lend themselves well to being scaled up? And what are they? What might we expect as time goes on to see at a national level that is currently being piloted or rolled out at a state or a subnational level?
That's a great question. So some of the policy measures, like in British Columbia, they've adopted a carbon tax. So that can be very easily scaled up to the national level in Canada. And same with China, they have eventual plans to launch a national emissions trading scheme by 2017. But they've started regionally and locally first with 7 emissions trading pilots. So you looked at one, Shenzhen, which actually has been prominently featured here at COP21 to see how it's doing and when it scales up to the national level, what its contribution will be to China's climate pledges for 2020.
And how significant are these actions when you scale them up in terms of our emissions objective, emission reductions objective? How significant are they? Are we talking about? The solution is going to bubble up this way, or is this just a small part, but maybe an important part?
I absolutely think that the solution has to bubble up from the bottom up. And so right now, what national governments have pledged leave 8 to 10 gigatons on the table in 2020. So that's an 8 to 10 gigaton gap that national government pledges are not filling. And so with these subnational actions, we can actually narrow that gap by about 1/10.
Terry, let's turn to you. You've got a report as well, but it's all about finance. Tell us about it.
Well, exactly. And this one is called Climate Finance, a Status Report and Action Plan. And we were asked last October when we hosted a summit of regions here in Paris, we were asked by President Hollande in his role as the head of COP21 this year to focus on this because a lot of the scaling up that Angel's report demonstrates can happen and is already happening around the world can only scale up if the finance community comes to the party. Christiana Figueres, the head of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, who's our big host here at COP21, calls it the need for trillions, not billions. And so how do you get the mainstream finance community to invest in these things and scale them up if they feel it's still risky or government policy isn't stable or maybe they have to go into developing countries where there might be sovereign risk? And so this report shows how to do that and sets an action plan for 2016 and beyond.
So give us a few examples. Are we not seeing the financial flows at this level? Are we seeing them in certain parts of the world but not others? What are those barriers in practice? Just a few examples.
Well, a lot of reports in the past have focused on what governments ought to do to change the landscape to provide more incentives, for example, or lower tax barriers or what have you. Or asking investors to take higher risk and lower returns. And that's just not practical if you want to do this in a hurry. So, for example, in Brazil, where R20 has a program working on replacing inefficient streetlights with efficient LEDs that save 67% of the energy and therefore reduce greenhouse gases, the problem was that all of the lights are manufactured outside of the country and imported and subject to import duties. So instead of asking the government to reduce those import duties, we worked with manufacturers to get lights made in Brazil. And then we worked with the local utility to get them certified so that the cities would know that if they bought the lights, they would actually last 10 or 15 years. And then we worked with the Brazilian National Development Bank and Eletrobras, the big utility, to come up with a special purpose finance vehicle so cities could borrow the money, replace all of their lights, and pay it back from the measured savings. So if an intermediary like R20 had not gotten in the middle, there would never have been that big financial opportunity, which now, for about $1.5 million streetlights in our first 13 cities, is almost $500 million. So this is not small, but you can't scale up to that size without de-risking it and demystifying it for the manufacturers, the policymakers, and the investors.
And what role, do cities who are already going down this path, who have removed some of these barriers and have success, what role can they play? And it seems like there's a lot of networking going on and information sharing from scaling up in terms of measures to in terms of finance. How important is that?
I think it's absolutely critical. So how policies and ideas and best practices get diffused is when people come together in these networks and can actually share some of these ideas and some of the successes and some of the failures that everyone can learn from. So yeah, I think summits like this, the one we're at today, are absolutely critical to making that happen.
And I would add, for example, Los Angeles, Mayor Garcetti is here right now. The city of Los Angeles started replacing their streetlights, just to compare to that example I gave for Brazil, back in 2008 with LEDs, when the technology was very expensive and somewhat experimental, and honestly, the lights burned out. I live in Los Angeles. I can tell you they didn't all perform the way they should. But from those lessons learned, we now are able to then take that to places like Brazil and help them get the right technology at the right price, and then help investors be comfortable to invest in those opportunities.
Terry Tamminen, Angel Hsu, thank you both so much for joining us. We're out of time.
We'll hold up our reports one more time.
Those
you
are the
can
reports to
download
read,
them
people.
at the R20 website, which is www.regions20.org.
You heard it there. Go and get these reports. I'm sure they're a great read. Thanks again for joining us. It's been great.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Cheers. I'm Seb Henbest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance here in Paris, COP21 at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. And I'm joined now by the Mayor of Bristol, Mr. George Ferguson. Welcome.
Thank you, Seb. It's great to be here.
So, some exciting things happening in Bristol. Bristol is, I believe, European Green Capital City of the Year 2015.
Yeah, and what a year. And this is the culmination of our year, is coming here and contributing what we have learned and working with other cities across the world to put pressure on our national delegations. And so being Green Capital is not just an award, it's a duty, I think.
And how much pressure, do you think that pressure is having an effect? Are you seeing any of it start to move the needle at a national level?
I think it is. I'm optimistic we'll get an agreement. Now, I'm not optimistic that agreement will be good enough, but what I do believe is the cities working together will be able to fill the gap that is going to be so necessary if we're going to keep climate change down to a maximum of 2 degrees.
So let's talk about Bristol for a bit. This accolade of being European Green Capital City is a pretty big deal.
That's a great deal.
What did you do to win?
We follow Stockholm, Copenhagen, Hamburg. We're a city of 500,000, complex, historic city. But we're a city set in the southwest of England, near Glastonbury. We got lots of interesting, slightly hippie individuals who come up with great ideas about cycling provision, about local food. And so we have loads of individuals who have made Bristol what it is over the last 40 years. And what we did is we put together a Green Capital Partnership about 8-9 years ago. Before the European Green Capital had been invented, it's now 800 different organizations, including universities, businesses, co-ops, and that sort of thing. And so I think the great thing we did, which lots of cities can learn from, is having a really strong civil society organization that drives the change. So it's as much bottom up as it is top down.
So you're not running into like ongoing opposition to the stuff you're trying to do. It's bubbling up, maybe with some help.
There's still opposition because in a democracy, the sort of change that we need to make, and we need to make it fast, is very challenging to some. It's very challenging to car drivers, to the people who drive, a single driver coming in every day. 90% of them don't have a passenger. And they don't like it when I take away their car parking spaces or charge them to park or charge them to use the roads or whatever it is. So it is challenging. But
how do you help? How do you get past that opposition? Is it something like, do they have to just suck it up? These are the changes that are happening, or do you go softly, getting their buy-in? How does it work in practice?
Well, maybe I should go more softly, but I don't think we've got the time. I think the best and most open people to change are kids. And I always say there's a collective noun for those who resist change: adults. And so we are working a lot with the kids in the schools. We got a tree planting project for every kid, and we're going to turn that global. And we're working with an Australian charity called One Tree Per Child to do that with Olivia Newton-John. She's involved with that. And so I think bringing a lot of fun is really important. And we've created a program for schools on sustainable education, and part of that is a great game called Sustainable Sean, which was we partnered with the Oscar-winning Aardman Animations to create Sustainable Sean. So you can just Google it, you'll find it.
Can you get it now? Is it
available?
available?
It's been played in 150 different countries already, and we've only just recently created it. But it's a great way of engaging. What I felt, and when we won Green Capital, the European Commissioner said, and it goes to the city with a sense of fun. I think it sort of aligns with a statement Madonna once made: if we're going to have to save the world, let's at least have fun doing it. And I think that's the essence of what Bristol does. So we're also doing some really serious research. We're working with the university on a program called Bristol is Open, where we're opening a lot of data sets across the city, working with them and their brains and their supercomputer. Our ductwork that was created for TV around the city, which we've put 144 core fiber optics through. We link those to lampposts around the city, and that becomes a laboratory where we can test loads of things. And we're including the testing of driverless cars, for instance. Because if it can work in Bristol, which is complex, hilly, historic, tricky to drive through, it can work anywhere. And I think, so we want to share our experiences. We want to be that real test bed for cities being able to do things differently.
George Ferguson, sounds great. I'm in. I love it.
Come and see us.
I will. Thanks so much for joining us.
Okay, great.
Cheers.
Lovely to meet you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Seb Hembest from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here at COP21 Paris at the Climate Summit for local leaders, and I'm joined by the Mayor of Oakland, California, Libby Schaaf. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it? There's a lot going on, and you've been very busy. What have you been doing over the last few days?
Well, I'm part of a leadership circle that is really trying to emphasize the role of local governments in climate change. Obviously, we're all focused on these national accords, but local governments play a huge role, and there's a much bigger presence at this COP than anyone's ever seen before of local, state, and companies, organizations. Clearly, there's a huge movement. I've also been on a couple of panels, one highlighting some of the climate action change that Oakland has accomplished. We're really seen as some of the leaders in the world. And then also a panel on partnerships and collaboration, looking at how state, local, government, and companies, as well as nonprofits, can team up together to really impact global climate change.
So that, you talk about cities and regions and companies all being very powerful actors at this event. Do you think that's going to make a big difference? Do you think, is that pressure or that noise or that activity starting to have an effect?
Absolutely.
In the main game?
It is. And for two reasons. One, we're creating the political pressure and support for national leaders, but we also are proving that it can be done, and it can be done without tremendous cost and with actual benefits to the economy. Because that's a bit of a myth out there, that climate change is too expensive, it's too difficult, but cities are showing that it is not too expensive, it is not too difficult. In fact, we cannot afford to not change our practices. In the city of Oakland, some things we've done, we've swapped out all of our street lights to LED. And we are going to save so much money on our electricity bill that we actually were able to pay for the entire conversion just out of the future savings on that bill. We've swapped out, for our diesel vehicles, we're using renewable diesel. It didn't cost us a penny more, but we're seeing 70% fewer emissions. The other thing we're talking about in Oakland is not just measuring our core emissions, but also measuring our consumption emissions. And that's why we have focused a lot on zero waste. We've put a lot of energy into changing how we do, let's just talk trash, garbage in Oakland. And that's because it's not just about the emissions that are coming out of Oakland, but what about the emissions anywhere in the world that's caused by the consumption that happens in Oakland, California?
So consumption is a much more difficult measure, right? If we're thinking about the emissions from our consumption rather than what we're producing, that's another level of stringency or another level of ambition.
It is, but it recognizes that we are part of a planet. And that's what this entire movement is about. Recognizing our interconnectivity, recognizing that if we are going to be resilient as cities, we need to see how we all interplay. And frankly, in Oakland, because we have focused on zero waste, our core emissions reductions in the last 10 years are 10%, but our consumption emission reductions are 15%. So we've actually done better under the consumption measure, even though it is technically a harder measure.
Is there opposition? I've had a lot of really interesting and exciting initiatives, the sort of things you've been talking about, but also from many other mayors over the day. Barriers. I mean, is there pushback on this? If you're asking people to change their behavior, surely that's difficult for them to do, and it's not all plain sailing?
It is, and I'll tell you, when we just rolled out our new garbage contract, there was a lot of yelling about it. The bills went up. People were asked to separate their food waste for the first time. And I got to admit it, I've got one in my kitchen. It's a little stinky sometimes to collect your food waste. But that creates knowledge, understanding, education about the significance of what we are putting into the waste stream. And so it is part of the educational and awareness process. And I've just got to say that in the Bay Area, we're very lucky to have a very progressive, a very environmentally aware population. I know other parts of the country don't have that type of political support. It's been great to be here with mayors from places like Salt Lake City, Utah, where there's not that overwhelming political support. but this is a mayor who's gotten things done nonetheless. And that's a great example for our US Congress, who also needs really some help to push some more real tangible progress from the national commitments that we need to make.
Libby Schaff, that's been fascinating. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the very best for the rest of your time here at COP.
Oh, thanks so much, Seb. All right, that was good. That was easy.
Hi, I'm Seb Henbest from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for Local Leadership. And joining me is Josue Tanaka from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and you are the Managing Director for Energy Efficiency and Climate Change. And your work is a lot around energy efficiency. And when we're thinking and talking about cities a lot, this is a pretty big topic. But energy efficiency seems like a difficult thing to finance. Like, what is it, and why might I think that was the case?
Well, energy efficiency is one of those. It is everywhere, right? And therefore, in terms of, I guess, the purpose of your question, it's a question of what is it in practice. And energy efficiency is many things in practice. It can be about insulation in apartments. This is a small energy efficiency project. It can be about running your trolley bus more efficiently in terms of the electric supply. It's a bigger project. It can be about completely reconverting the steel-making facilities, of a large steel producer. This becomes perhaps a $700 million project. So you have a very, very large scope of activity in energy efficiency, in which essentially you need to understand what are the possibilities in each of the particular sectors or each of the particular activities. This is why cities are so interesting in terms of energy efficiency, because within the city you have so many different energy efficiency possibilities in cities.
And when we identify these possibilities, to finance the development of a program that helps us take advantage of those efficiencies, I don't know, how does that work? And why is energy efficiency even a thing that we need to invest in? Why hasn't it all happened already if it can make so much sense?
Okay, that's a very good question, because energy efficiency is often referred to as a so-called low-hanging fruit.
Right.
In my experience now, many, many years, when I hear that, I feel these are people who have not really tried, to work it. The first thing I would say is it may be a low-hanging fruit, but the tree is often in the fog, and therefore people don't see. Not only they don't see the fruit, but they don't see the tree. Once you identify that, things get much easier. So the key challenge, the key job that we do, if you want, on a day-to-day to develop energy efficiency financing, is essentially to make an industrial CEO or the owner of a utility understand not only the technical savings that they can achieve in terms of lower energy consumption, but what it means financially. Because if you want to finance something, it needs to be based on a financial decision. And unless you translate that technical saving into a financial proposal, you actually do not cross from, I would say, the road, if you want, between the objective, a good objective, and the practice, the action, and the reduction in carbon emissions.
Now, in 2014, I remember that you and the EBRD were a winning finalist of the Finance for Resilience program to accelerate finance for energy efficiency. It's a program that Bloomberg New Energy Finance had a bit to do with.
That's correct.
How's that going? I hear good things.
Okay, perhaps I should tell you what was it about, because it relates to your first question. Essentially, one of the challenges of energy efficiency is that it is a lot of small projects. There are very large projects too, but you have a lot of small projects. And in order to be able to finance those, you need to find entities, that can be intermediaries in that. And in the case of EBRD and many other, large banks, what we have found is to actually develop the network of local private commercial banks in the countries that we work with them, show them the opportunity, train them, and they become then the financiers of energy efficiency with their own clients. And today at EBRD, we essentially have about 117 banks that we work with, a portfolio of about $3.5 billion. We've already financed through that, just to give you a notion of the volumes, 90,000 sub-loans of energy efficiency, ranging to fairly large projects, $20 million in some large projects, all the way down to $500 for a window in a Kyrgyzstan home, because that is also energy efficiency.
So the last question we've got time for is going to be, in this week and over the next week, what energy efficiency developments or things that you're hearing that give you hope for progress in your field, interesting things you've come across even today?
Yes.
At the local leaders event?
Yeah. Well, let's say I would mention maybe 2 or 3 elements. At the macro level, the dream would be that the price signal on energy be correct.
Right.
That would be the dream. Will we have it? Maybe partial, and we'll do the best with whatever movement there is, coming out, of these events. The second one, I think, is to work with cities. Cities offer great opportunities. We already work with many cities, over 200 cities in the region where EBRD operates. And the last one, I think, is really technology. And to close, maybe it was very interesting to me this morning when Elon Musk came for 90 seconds on stage. He, a technology man, what did he say? Give us the price signal and we'll do the rest. And very much we are in that spirit. Having said this, we know the realities, and I think that we will continue to do the most we can within the policy environment and price environment that we have.
Josue Tanaka, we're out of time. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been great.
With pleasure. Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Seb Henbest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance here in Paris, COP21 at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders. And I'm joined by Marianne Hitt. You are the campaign director for the Beyond Coal campaign at the Sierra Club.
Yes, I am.
So what are you doing here at COP?
I'm not a mayor, I'm not a diplomat, but I am leading a grassroots powerhouse of a campaign that has stopped the construction of 184 new coal plants in the US. It has won the retirement of 206 existing coal plants in the US, and we are replacing most of that coal power with clean, renewable energy. So we are driving huge changes, not just in how we make electricity in America, but we are creating the political space for the US to lead here in these negotiations, because the coal industry is no longer so politically powerful, and clean energy is now a big part of our economy.
So I want to touch on two things. One is the grassroots nature, and the other is the political power and the political influence of the coal industry. Let's start with the second one first and say, what do you mean? I mean, surely there's a few coal-fired power stations that have closed, there's lots of old ones. How does that translate into less political influence?
Well, we were getting 50% of our electricity from coal in the US about 10 years ago when we tried to pass climate legislation. And we ultimately failed to pass that climate legislation in large part because we had senators from states that weren't mining coal, but they were using a lot of coal for their electricity, and they were worried about changes making their electricity prices go up. Now we're getting about 35% of our power from coal. And so a lot of states, especially in the Midwest where it's very windy, they have a lot of wind power, they're no longer feeling this political pressure from the coal industry because they're now enjoying all the benefits of clean energy. And so in a country where to get bills through our legislature, we've got to get those key states. We have more and more states going on to the clean energy side of the ledger and not feeling beholden to the coal industry. And that has also created space for President Obama to put forward the Clean Power Plan because the coal industry is no longer able to block the Clean Power Plan, which is our big contribution here at the Paris negotiation. So it has really dramatically and fundamentally shifted the politics in the US.
And the political space that leaves, is the renewable energy industry stepping into that, or is there a bit of a vacuum in terms of energy influence in the halls of power as a result of this?
It's fascinating. It is the most exciting time probably in a century to be working on these issues because everything is disrupted. And so we do have natural gas coming in to fill some of the gap, which the Sierra Club is not a fan of because of the environmental and climate impacts. But we also have huge gains in wind and solar. Storage is starting to gain some traction. And the next 5 years, it's a race to the finish line, and solar and wind are going to get a big part of the pie.
So let's go on to the second issue, which was about the grassroots nature of this. I would have thought that closing coal-fired power stations is a fairly top-down activity. They're big pieces of infrastructure. What's actually going on, and why is that relevant to cities?
Well, one thing that's fascinating about energy, at least in the US, is, we know the biggest source of climate pollution. It's coal-fired power plants. They have names, they have addresses, we know where they are, and the decisions that are made about whether they run or they retire are made at the state and local level. They are not made in the Congress. They are largely not made by the White House. And so we have to have people on the ground in those communities who are, A, doing the grassroots organizing and agitating about air pollution and water pollution, who are, B, in the policy arenas like the state legislatures and the governor's offices, and then C, they're in the regulatory proceedings where things get decided about people's rates, about energy prices, about what the future energy mix is going to be in a state. So we have to have the organizing muscle, the lobbying muscle, and the legal and expert muscle in the states, and that's how we have won those campaigns to secure retirement of 206 coal plants. That's about a third of the coal plants in the US, and our goal for 2017 is to get half of the coal plants in the US announced for retirement and have enough clean renewable energy coming in to replace that coal power.
So final question. The vibe around COP21 here in Paris seems to be pretty buoyant. I mean, everyone's enthusiastic and feeling like we're heading in the right direction, particularly at that local level. What is the difference, do you think, between this event and this summit and the ones that have gone before? Is it all about this grassroots momentum?
I think a big part of the optimism, the momentum here comes, at least from the perspective of the US, comes from the fact that because we reduced the political influence, the political chokehold really of the coal industry, because we now have this very vibrant and emergent and thriving clean energy industry. That created the space for President Obama to put forward the Clean Power Plan, which in turn helped get China to the table. It's why the US is coming here and leading and putting big carbon reductions on the table. And so I think it's two things. One is that the US is leading, and from the perspective of those of us in the States, that is thrilling and it's a relief and it's invigorating. But the other is, I think grassroots folks feel like they own that. It wasn't just President Obama woke up one day and said, you know, I really need to do the right thing for my kids. We feel like we retired coal plants, we pushed him there, we created the space for him, and now he's running with it. And so I think we all feel collectively like we own the momentum that we feel here in Paris.
We're out of time, Marianne Hitt. Great to talk to you. It's really interesting
developments.
developments.
It's great to be with you. It's great to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Seb Henbest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here at Paris COP21 at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders, and I'm joined by Steve Adler, and you are the Mayor of Austin, Texas. Welcome.
I am, Seb. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you.
Absolute pleasure. So what brings you to COP this year? Why, of all years or all climate conventions, what's special about 2015?
Well, it's the first one since I've been mayor. I got elected and started serving in January, so it was my first opportunity to attend a COP as mayor. Beyond that, obviously, this is going to be a historical COP conference. So I wanted to be here. I wanted to be part of it. I'm getting the chance to meet mayors from around the world, and it was just a great opportunity.
And through the sessions that you've been part of, is it a good sort of forum? It seems to be a good forum anyway, for sharing ideas and trying to understand best practice from your colleagues around the world who are, embarking on a similar journey in terms of trying to manage the sustainability questions that face cities.
I think learning the best practices around the world is the principal reason to come. I think that's where you spend most of your time. That's the greatest value thus far. There are a lot of cities that are dealing with the same kinds of issues, and it's a real good opportunity. It's actually a good opportunity to be with mayors to talk about things that don't relate just to climate change or climate or environmental issues, although that's the focus.
So Austin, Texas, sort of initiatives that you guys are pursuing. What are the challenges for your city from a sustainability and from a climate change perspective, and what are some of the things that you're really focused on at the moment?
Well, Austin's, I think, has always been a pretty magical place. It's a creative, entrepreneurial, early adopter kind of city. And we've been really proud, I think, of a track record that we have in that regard. Barton Springs, which is a natural spring, is the municipal swimming pool. And coming, that's the heart and soul of the city. So we've always been out front on things that have to deal with sustainability. We just, this past year, have entered into about 600 megawatt contracts on solar, which at this point will more than double the entire state's investment in solar power. But this is a city that's tried to be on the cutting edge for a long time.
In Texas in general, it's windy, right? I mean, some of the wind resources that Texas have are world class. Some of the cheapest wind power in the world.
There are some great wind farms, especially in West Texas. But Austin has invested in that. Austin's invested in solar. It's a good place for the sun as well.
So I imagine trying to address some of these issues in Texas has its challenges. Can't always be plain sailing, can't always be easy. Tell me I'm wrong. What sort of challenges do you have, and how do you overcome that? Potentially with a focus on the city versus the state level. How does that work?
Well, Austin is a little bit different than most of the other cities in the state and the state generally. Texas is generally a conservative state. Austin is a very progressive and liberal community. So a lot of the things that Austin steps out in front of are things that the state isn't quite ready to be there. So the moves we've made with respect to solar, the moves we've made with respect to wind, what we're doing with resource recovery and the goals that we're setting for ourselves would exceed what the rest of the state is doing. Houston's a great city, Dallas is a great city, but they're different than Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas, only 7% of the population represents a third of the patents and half the venture capital. It just attracts a little bit different kind of person. And within our community, there is real strong support for being forward-thinking and being the early adopters. But that does not always have us in lockstep with the rest of the state.
And the final question, the work that you do in Austin, it's a little bit different. Do you feel that in time that will start to move the needle for the whole state of Texas? Or have we got a long way to go before that can happen?
I think that needle is going to start moving a lot more quickly. not only the rest of Texas, but in the rest of the country and the rest of the world. The pricing that we just got for the solar contract we just entered into was about the same as what it costs to do a gas plant. And it used to be that you made the environmentally conscious, socially responsible decision at a premium cost. But those days are changing, and I think that's going to reverse itself, and then there'll be a lot more places that are following suit.
Steve Adler, thank you so much for your time. We'll leave it
thanks
there.
for being here.
Great to talk to you.
It was fun.
I'm Seb Henbest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for Local Leadership, and I'm joined by the Mayor of Chula Vista, California, Mary Solis. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Now, Chula Vista, California, I don't know much about it. Tell me some of the things that your city's been doing and some of the things that you're bringing to the table here at the discussion about action in cities around climate change.
Well, first of all, I'm very privileged to be one of 14 U.S. mayors to be invited to the conference. And the reason being is the policies and initiatives that we've established in Chula Vista to make sure that our community is sustainable. And so I think that Chula Vista is a very good model for other communities that haven't yet adopted a climate action plan as a city that has done it and a city that is thriving and has become very desirable to live as a result of that.
And you started this journey quite a long time ago. What were some of the challenges or the misgivings or worries or barriers to the journey you've undertaken so far?
You're right. We started on this journey in the early 90s when we were a charter member of ICLEI. And so we started working with our community stakeholders in the early 90s, our Planning Commission, our Chamber of Commerce, other groups in the city to try to formulate a carbon reduction plan. And at first we were met with some resistance to it because it was thought that if Chula Vista adopts this type of plan in isolation of other cities around us doing it, would that make us non-competitive? And what's happened as a result is we've actually built a very desirable community where people want to come and live. And our neighborhoods are wonderful. They're, when we have satisfaction surveys, the community has a high level of satisfaction because our communities are surrounded by walking trails, open spaces, and walkability, and then mass transit opportunities.
And that situation is something that the city engineered from over a long period of time. So you're telling me that it actually has worked out well from an economic perspective. The investments that were made and the decisions that were taken have meant your city is more attractive to live in, and that's brought talent and that's helped the city grow and develop.
Yes, and diversity in the city as well. So when we started on this journey, the city was approximately 180,000 people, and we were a city that had some of the lowest income in all of San Diego County. And what's happened is because we've made this investment in sustainability, we've really attracted talented people to our community, and the city is thriving, and our economic base has really been raised up. Our school system, actually our school scores are much better than they were before we had this sustainability action plan. So in the long run, it's really been good for the city of Chula Vista and the residents who live in Chula Vista.
And and this is probably our last question, running out of time, but your relationship as a city in California with the state of California, how important is that relationship and having a good working relationship with the state or the province, the next level up in government, to have a common vision? Or can you do this in isolation as a city?
Well, we do it in conjunction with the policies that are being implemented through the state. And I was very fortunate to serve on the state legislature for 4 years at a time that we were really passing a lot of legislation relative to sustainability. And so I have that background that's really a plus in the work that I do now. And I have those relationships with the state. And I certainly hope that my participation in this climate change conference, that I can go back to the region of San Diego and really be an advocate to other cities that haven't taken that step that they need to take to make sure that the whole region of San Diego is sustainable.
Mary Solis, thank you so much. I wish you well in your quest to take this back and to make change.
Thank you very
in
much for the
city.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do I...
Hi, I'm Seb Henbest from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here in Paris, COP21, at the Climate Summit for Local Leadership, and I'm joined by the Mayor of Des Moines, Iowa, Mr. Frank County. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you, Seb. It's a pleasure not only to be talking to you, but be here in Paris.
So, Iowa, you're not on the coast. You're not worried about sea level rise. You're probably not worried about hurricanes. How does climate change worry you as a mayor of a city in Iowa?
Well, it presents itself with extreme events. And we're seeing some very substantial changes that results in flooding. So if we see a huge downpour where the event will sometimes be 4 to 6 to 8 inches in 4 to 6 hours, in our watershed, not just in the city of Des Moines, it flows down very quickly. And so we're seeing areas that we used to develop in with flows that have increased, we'll say from, for instance, 1975, the flows on our river at the 100-year flood level was 59,000 cubic feet per second. Today, it's 107,500 at that same level.
So doubled.
The velocity of the river has dramatically increased. So it causes us to have to rethink how we prepare for those extreme events, how we try to mitigate them in the midst of it, and how we respond and what the recovery looks like and what resiliency looks like. Should we move out of those flood areas? Should we rethink how we protect them, raise flood walls? Should we have more pump stations? I mean, what is it? How do you respond? And as you already pointed out, it's so different from a coastal region, but it's also extreme, and cities in the inland areas have to prepare for these extreme events. In some areas in the United States, it's droughts. California, it's droughts. Certain areas in south of us are droughts. They're seeing grass fires, forest fires, extreme events like that.
And I imagine at an event like this, where you're gathering together mayors from all over the world, from developed and developing countries, that the issues, the issues that they're having to try and manage and protect against over time vary that much. How useful is it to come into this sort of forum and try and understand those issues and take some lessons from it? It seems useful to me.
Well, it's useful for us as local leaders to exchange ideas, and sometimes we can learn from each other. But most importantly, I think it's important for heads of state, heads of national governments to hear their local leaders and know that we're dealing with the consequences of their actions or inactions, and that our voices should be heard as they think about preparation and mitigation, response and recovery for the future of our country and other places around the world. And I think that it is so important that those local voices are heard, and they need to, again, realize that all of our experiences are somewhat different. That Des Moines, Iowa is different than Miami or different than California in the United States. But we also are seeing extreme events and need to prepare for them.
And the fact that the impacts are so different, and I mean, it almost suggests that this has to be something that states and cities in particular can have the power and the flexibility to be able to do their own thing, to be able to come up with the solutions and prioritize the issues that matter, because top down, that becomes a much harder game to play if you're having to try and legislate at that level. So, I mean, the impact of cities, what do you think, from a bottom-up perspective, what impact does that have in somewhere like the US, where we know at a federal level it's a contentious issue, it's contentious politics?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think for me, it speaks in huge ways about preparedness, because we know if we properly prepare, it's far less expensive to do that than to have to respond and recover after an event that totally wipes out an area of your city. Hurricane Sandy did huge billions of dollars worth of damage to the east coast of the United States. Everybody's rethinking what it is that we should do. And one of the problems that we have at national level as government, they don't prepare as much as they should, but they certainly respond. They threw billions of dollars at recovery efforts. They need to think a little more clearly about the preparation side of it, not only in those instances and wait for them to happen, but let's look at the circumstances around the United States and around the world and what it is that we need to do to prepare for that. And, oh, by the way, let's mitigate the essence and the causes of climate change itself, so that hopefully those extremes will top out here pretty soon, and we won't see some of the very extreme events that are predicted if we can't hold climate change below that 2-degree Celsius number that the scientists have been working with.
Well, on that note, Frank County, thank you so much for talking to us. Really important issues. We hear a lot about the coast. We don't hear so much from the middle.
Yeah.
And good luck for the rest of the conference.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Pleasure.
You bet.
I'm Seb Henbest with Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and I'm here in Paris for COP21 at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders, and I'm joined by the Mayor of Florence, Dario Nardella. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
So, Florence, perhaps the most beautiful city in the world. What is the city of Florence doing around climate change that you've been talking about at the event here today?
Yes, you know, Florence is one of the oldest cities in the world. I think, I agree with you, the best city in the world, with a big historical center in downtown. But it's also a big metropolitan city with 1 million people living there. So we have the same problems of the other cities in Europe, like traffic, smog, and pollution. Our strategy is on mobility, citizens' mobility, and on urban planning. In the first case, we are going to introduce a very innovative plan in order to increase the electric vehicles. We already installed in the city 118 electric charge to improve and to encourage citizens to use the electric vehicles. At the same time, we investing on a new urban plan, because our challenge is not to consume territory, but to transform buildings that we already had, abandoned buildings, also in the center, like military barracks or old industries, with a new mission, and a big investment on engineering strategy to transform these buildings. So this is one of the objectives that we have.
And the electric vehicles, I think air pollution is a big deal around the world at the moment. How is that going? Is there enthusiasm from the people of Florence about electric vehicles, about taking them up and making that transition, or do you think it's going to be a hard sell to change?
This is a good question. I think people are very interested about this new way to move. Of course, we have to investing also to the public transport, like overground. In fact, in Florence, we are going to build 2 new lines. But at the same time, we must believe on empowerment of citizens. If people are not agree with our strategy, if they don't feel engaged with our strategy, everything is very difficult to obtain. So we need the collaboration of our citizens to change lifestyle, and in transport, this question is very important.
What is the relationship for a city like Florence with the Italian government, regional authorities? How much power do you have to embark upon the initiatives that you want for the city, and how much do you need to work with other political bodies?
Well, I have a good relation with Italian government, because the past mayor of Florence is now the prime minister in Italy. So he's a Florentine citizen, our friend. But the question is how to keep a good network between the cities in Italy and between the cities and government. I think we have to increase the national policy for the big cities. We need a new agenda for the cities in order to decrease pollution, to give more budget, to invest on innovation technology, and to win the challenges that we have. And about Europe, I think many European cities have the same problem of Florence, because we have in Europe many old cities with old historical center, old buildings. So we need more innovation, for example, for energy efficiency in all buildings. And at the same time, we have little roads, and we have to adapt a new way in transport field for this historical center. This is one of the challenges that we have if you consider the European cities like Florence, Paris, or Munich, or London too, or Edinburgh, so city with the same sizes of Florence.
Well, that sounds like a very European problem. Old, beautiful cities with that have to modernize in a way.
Exactly.
To take on these challenges.
Yeah. So the challenge is how to keep the historical image of the city, historical heritage, and innovate. So two challenges together.
Dario Nardella, thank you so much. We're out of time. Great to talk to you.
And thank you to you.